Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and power, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come. Of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won. In the shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and power, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come. Of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a meta stream, a stream hostile to me starting on time as we know it. Lambast me, gentlemen, ladies, sport for creature of story. For I am late. I am a mighty. I was about 10 minutes late for streaming today, so I thoroughly expect to receive administrative punishment. 10 lashes. Bite down on this, son. It helps. I know. There you go. But I do have an excuse. I do have an excuse, and I want to get my excuses in early so that the commissariat may try, maybe take it into extenuating circumstances. All right. I was painting something for tomorrow's battle report. I'm doing a battle report. It's an old world battle report, which you guys have been lapping up. My old battle report's been doing better than my 40k ones. And I painted something that I have never painted before. I've not painted it for 40k. I've not painted it since I restarted Warhammer over a decade ago. I painted something I've not painted. Not in 40k. Not on old world. Not by action. None of my game systems. I painted something for it has genuinely never been done. I hope you guys are sitting down. I painted horses. Look at those guys. Woo! They look great. Holy shit, boys. Oh, I'm really happy with how they came out. They've come out much better than I was expecting. Obviously, you guys are getting kind of the shitty sort of webcam kind of vibe. But there you go. There you go. It has never been done. It has never been done. So judge me on whether well, you judge me. Was it worth being 10 minutes late to make sure that they were ready for your viewing pleasure? Because I'm going to be in the battle port for tomorrow. So there you go. There you go. I will let you guys. My fate is in your hands. Am I lambasted? Am I a cur, a cad, a wholesome knave? Or am I now Cavalry Officer Mordian Esquire? Is this now show jumping glory? Alright, guys. So with my excuses and my shaky legal defense in position, let's crack on with the rest of the stream. Let's get into this thing. So what we did today, guys, it's a Monday. It's a Monday, so naturally we're going to be doing a bit of a meta watch. Mordian dressage. I like it, Christy. So we're going to be getting a bit of the old meta watch. Now, there's some exciting things happening in the meta. Guard win rates are going up. But so's Gene Silicort win rate. So basically, if it's a good time to be a normal-ish human, you know, no matter how many arms you've got, it's a good time to be a normal-ish human. But what we're going to do today, guys, is we're going to get into the data and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to have it's a just chatting stream at its heart. Just chatting. So we can talk about everything and anything. You want to do army list reviews. You want to do hobby in progress. What you've been working on over the weekend. If you've been to any tournaments yourself over the weekend. Anything goes, guys. We could. Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want, baby. It's just chatting at its heart with a little bit of meta talk thrown in there for good measure. So that's basically it. I don't mean to alarm you. I have had about 8 hours sleep tonight as well. So I will be quite excitable because apparently I don't need Colombian marching powder. I just need a normal amount of fucking sleep to be quite excitable. But with all that said, let's now march ever onwards into the stream proper. Of course, starting with our traditions. Traditions are very important in the Mordian Glory. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and of course, the worst people of all. Bear in mind the old world reveal. Wood Elf players. That's right, guys. YouTube gang, rise up. Twitch gang, rise up. It's time for roll call, baby. get your 07s down in the chat right now. Rock out with your bayonet out, and let's see who we've got in the stream tonight. Starting off, as is tradition, with the old YouTube gang. I want to say a big welcome to Squidfit, Altboy Phil, Brownbread 5705. We've also 04, sorry. We've also got Whispering Monk, Emil Ronlev, Chris Steve Camp, Rev, Weed Goes, Hadrian, Mountain Ice, Solaris, Iceman, Zebra, Kaifas, Kane, Joseph Wrigley, Swords, 87, Joe Carroll, BSSP Wolf, and Harry Phil, Cement, the Lower Decks, for the W, Mad Larkin, Machello, D'Souza, Abandonaza. Definitely put that one up. Netting it up, Chris D, Ed Bailey, Firstborn, Sock, Cooper Sneed, Richard Baker, Ashnar, Badine, Diane, Steen, Rocket Man, we've got Paul, Special 21, Joe S, the Consensual Gamer, Zuba Lizard, yeah. We've got Freedox, we've got Nate Goatee, PMC Backwards, Jason Wayland, Rodigall, Stephen Bonner, Sergeant Lot 10, Scribbles, keep trying. I will, Machello. I will. Right, I'm going to try and do it properly. Machello, D'Souza, Abandonaz. Machello D'Souza, Abandonaz. Better, worse. That's the best you're going to get out of me, in all honesty. I had to, you know, needs the hand signal, you know, needs the... Oh, but Machello, dude, I love you, man. Thank you for enjoying the stream again, bro. Just fighting about how badly also, you need some Portuguese classes. Damn! Oh, I'll get it. I'll get it one day. I'll get it one day. I will. You know what? I'll Google it. And then I'll Google it at some point this week, and then I'll just surprise you. I will just surprise you with the perfect pronunciation and enunciation. There we are. We've got Ronnie Gall, Zayladin, we've got Emil Davi, a Gaming Stuka, CB Cooper, It's Cammy, and Mad Larkin. That's Osmot 10. There we go. And Jarvis. Welcome, YouTube gang. If you are on YouTube, don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe. Look, I know it's cringe just for asking. I know, guys, I know. But ever since I started asking, we've been getting a lot of subscribers. People have been really responding to it. And we're trying to get to 60,000 subscribers by the end of the year. If we achieve such an inhuman feat, speaking of feet, then I will give you the toe pictures. Or a toe picture. One or the other. Okay? I'm just telling you. I'm saying. So, there's incentive. There's incentive to sub. There we go. Also, I want to say a huge thank you to Twitch Gang! Twitch Gang, thank you so much for being here. We have got Princess Drusus, Captain Krakenash, Balashard the Blade, Russell W, Freedox, Edsborough, we've got Swark, and Russell W. Welcome, Twitch Gang. Great to have you all here, as always. And it's great to see that you've been allowed out of the ISO cubes and into the yard for your prison time, because you're all part of the Twitch Penal Legion. Nice. All right. Also, want to say a big old thank you to everyone that has not only joined the stream and has liked and subscribed and followed and all that amazing stuff, but has also got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with them super chats, them member flexes, them gifted memberships, and all that amazing kind of stuff. And let's go through now and personally wank off all those people that have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Let's begin with YouTube gang. And I want to start off by saying a huge thank you to the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks who has come in with the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Sir, the blacksmith is nice. I am tending bar and working as a massage therapist. To pay my passage. Crew is a bit quiet, but the tips are okay. I'm sure the tips are okay, you dirty dog. I'm surprised you can feel anything after being a Comora escort for so long. There you are. There you go. Lower Decks, thank you so much for support. I don't know why people fear the black ship. This is fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. Okay, are all the people that are the people that are coming to see you the ones with the, the control collars on, or the ones without the control collars on? Because wait until the latter group turn up, and then maybe it'll be a bit more messed up. Lower Decks, as always, a pleasure to have you in the stream, sir, and thank you for your support. I also want to say a big thank you to Light Your Cut G. Like G, thank you for the 24-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby. Mordian approved. Thank you for 2 years of support. Holy terror. 2 years in the guard and still alive. Crazy, man. You are a hardened veteran. Just 28 more years to go, and we'll give you that right of settlement. There you are. There you are. Dude, like G, thank you so much for supporting for over 2 years. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar. Warlord Games is a sponsor of the channel. Can you tell? There you are. Also want to say a big thank you to, speaking of sponsors, to Ed Bailey, my boy! Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. By chance, Commander end up like Tim, violated by some dude from Middle England. I wonder if you will try 40k after you played him at one-page rules. Yes. I will be entering into the arena. An arena with only 1 page of rules. And this will be happening December. So we're not quite there yet, but I will be playing against Northern Exile. He has promised to take it easy on me. It's my first time to pop my 1 page rules cherry. And I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited for it. It's going to be cool. I'm expecting my mind to be expanded. I'm expecting where once I was blind, now I can see. I am expecting great things. Great things indeed. So Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for letting me shout out sponsors. Don't forget, guys, we do have a whole bunch of affiliate links down in the description below. If you use them to buy models you're already going to buy, you support the channel. That's it. That's it. No pressure. It's just some handy links to get stuff you're probably already going to get, whether it's Warhammer or Bot Action or anything else. And if you use them, then it's sports channel. But and sometimes you even get like a discount stuff, especially with the Element one and the referral code and all that kind of good stuff. So there you go. And Ed Belly, not only that, but thank you for being part of Team 1 Page Rules, pushing me to finally try the game out. It's happening. Less than a month now, I reckon. Less than a month. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Yes. Whispering Monk. Our spiritual liege, the man guiding us through these tumultuous times, keeping our souls pure and our ears clean. Whispering Monk, thank you as always for your gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Also want to say a huge thank you to Swordsman Smith87. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Send an email, the worst RTT I've ever been to. Oh my, guys, it could be getting juicy. Get the popcorn ready. We could be getting some juice going here. Holy moly. I'm ready. I'm ready, Swordsman Smith. I'm ready for the beef. I'm ready for the beef. Inject it into my veins. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. All right. Okay, so. Well, no shit, there I was. I drove an hour and a half to hit an RTT on the coast. I started game 1 on Terrain Layout 2 versus the TO, who was also playing Triple Predator Renegade Raiders. It was then I learned all 3 games would be on Terrain Layout 2, the Shooting Army's wet dream. I'm playing World Eaters. I lost game 1 by 5 points, made a few mistakes, but overall a decent showing. Round 2 was against Custodes, an opponent who hadn't played Custodes before the RTT and borrowed the army from a friend. I held the Custodes to a 44 draw, but it was bad. Opponent didn't know his army well enough to beat an RTT, and was bringing back Wardens and Terminators with a stratagem which I told you can't do anymore by someone else after the game. He also messed up the mass 1 to wound. My Berserkers should have wounded on 4s, not 5s. He also didn't tell me his character in the squad. My massive execution charge had precision, so the massive executions got deleted. I don't know why people try to play arms at RTs with no practice, especially ones with lots of changes. Since they have a codex now, I wouldn't double check anything. Round 3 was against Harlequin's Eldar. At this point, I'm frustrated but keeping my cool as best I can. For this game, I remembered Mordian's advice: punch them in the face and they evaporate. Turn 1, I make 3 charges, including Angon, into 4 bikes. My opponent made 12 of 14 4+ invulnerable saves, and Angron kills 1 bike. It be like that sometimes. Pre-game, my opponent said he could only wound Angron on 6s because his haywire guns were anti-vehicle. He then used an ability on Eldar turn 2 to give the entire army +1 to wound versus Angron and kills him. At another point in the game, he attempted to draw line of sight through a ruin to shoot you, which I quickly squashed, but he said a previous opponent had allowed it. I ended up running away with the game 100-37, but the gotcha was very frustrating. I wish more players joined a community like the Commissars to learn the game and be given the best advice possible, which is actually take the time to practice the army and the list you're taking to tournament. If not, don't play in tournaments. Core never quits, the nails will bite again. Ugh. It's always... It can always be a bit of a crapshoot when you go to an RTT for the first time. At a place that you've not been before. Like, that's why some of you say, why do you go to so many RTTs at the same place? It's because I've been to many an RTT over many a year. And when you find ones that are good, it's like gold dust. You just hold on to that sort of venue as much as possible. So, yeah, man, it could always be a crapshoot. It's also important to understand, TOs are only human. A lot of the time, TOs make absolutely no money out of running events. But it can be frustrating, man. It can be frustrating. You sadly did okay, though. I mean, 1-1-1. 1-1-1 is not a bad showing at all. That's 50% right down the middle. And interestingly, it kind of sounds like it sounds like the issue you had was almost not one of competitiveness, but the opposite. Like, you turned up ready to fucking play. And it sounds like 2 out of 3 games that you played were against people who, who were either very or a little inexperienced. Now, it wasn't malicious, it was inexperienced. So it wasn't that the RTT was badly run or anything like that. You've made no mention of anything like that. It just seems like some of the etiquette that we take for granted wasn't quite there. And that is the kind of etiquette that, like I said, you can take for granted when you've been playing in a group that is that treats it as normal and is well experienced. Yeah. So I mean, because like we all know gotchas are just not okay. Like, just gotchas are just not okay. Like, even slightly. But the only time in the last 12 months I have had 2 people try and gotcha me. One of which was a very inexperienced player who I had to basically, it was their first tournament. They were quite young. They're not young, but like they were quite, they were late teens, shall we say. And they tried to gotcha, and I just had to be like, that's not okay. They're like, what do you mean? It's like, you didn't tell me you had that stratagem. I have operated under the assumption, I asked you, do any of your units do this? You said no. And went, yeah, it wasn't used as stratagem. And I said, okay, like, I'm just going to be honest. We're not going to play that stratagem. All right. Like, it's not okay to gotcha people. And I said, and if I get the TO, I said, I'm happy to get the tournament organizer over. I'm happy. But, but honestly, we shouldn't have to get involved. Like I said to him, I played with a very open hand. Well, you have to admit, I've not gotcha'd you. You've had no surprises from my army. So I said, I know it's your first tournament, so I'm not having a go at you. But the etiquette is we do not gotcha people because it is a very negative game experience. And to absolute credit where credit was due, my opponent didn't get defensive, didn't get angsty. He went, no, that's fair enough, mate. No, okay, we won't do it. I said, if you want, I can redo my turn because we've got plenty of time. So that scenario doesn't even need to be relevant. And he went, no, it's fine. It's not a problem. Not an issue. Like, it's fair play. And that was quite a good. You could see that it wasn't my opponent being bitter. You could see that little bit of knowledge had sort of dropped into his brain because he'd only played against his dad up until this point. and you know got and it's different when you're playing against your dad. It's almost it's just different, but it's when you go to a tournament, it's like there's certain etiquette that you just don't know until someone tells you, and someone has to point it out to you in a firm but nice way, and that's basically what had to happen. And yeah, there was no issues. It was a fantastic game, ended in a draw, and it was a great experience all around for everyone. You could see, and that young gentleman has been to a few of the other tournaments that I've been to. He's returned to that club, so clearly he wasn't put off. And other people have commended him for his play style, for his sportsmanship. So I'm not trying to take any credit here, but I like to think that maybe because I was his first opponent ever at any tournament, that little nugget of wisdom stuck in there, and it's hopefully it's helped. So yeah, but you just don't know that if you've never been to a tournament before. So sometimes it's not, like you said, it's not malicious or something. Sometimes it's just not knowing what the tournament etiquette is. But that's it. Round 3 though, like obviously that could be an experience as well. So that sort of explains round 3. Round 2, I don't like the idea of gatekeeping. I do think that there's this weird thing that's been happening in 40k recently where people have been like romanticizing gatekeeping, which I don't fully understand the position. I've not bothered to look into it. I'm sure that people have their reasons, right? But I don't like the idea of excluding people. But at the same time, a tournament is something you should... It's almost like a natural part of your hobby career. And you shouldn't really turn up to a tournament if you don't know your army. An ideal way to enter the tournament scene is to play against your friends. Get to a stage where you and your friends are almost a little bored of playing each other, so you want to mix things up a little bit. So you all go to the local tournament. That's kind of even if the local tournament's a big super major, it doesn't really matter. That's almost an ideal way of doing it. And at that point, you go to tournament, get your face smashed in, and realize that you weren't as hot shit as you thought it was. So I do think that we shouldn't exclude anyone, but you should go to an RT. And if people say, well, what's the experience threshold? You don't need to know every single thing about every army out there. That's unrealistic. I don't know every single thing about every army out there. You should have a good enough grasp of your rules where you're not having to check basic stats. And if you do have to check stats in a moment of uncertainty, then you know exactly where to look. So it takes less than a minute, less than 30 seconds, ideally, to look up the relevant thing. So that's it. Know your army to a reasonable degree. And if in any moments of uncertainty, at least know where to look to find the answer. Yeah. That's when you know you're ready to go to a tournament, because you're on the clock. So you need to check these things. Let's have a look. Marcello. I know we have a bit of banter, mate, but I don't really care what your positions are on certain topics, but I don't agree with what you've just put there in chat, mate. So I'm gonna give you a little time out there, buddy. I'm sorry. We don't bring politics. We don't bring anything like that into the into the chat. Okay, I'm not banning you, mate. I'm putting you in for a little timeout. There you go. There you go. I'm not taking sides here. I don't want anyone thinking Mordian's gone woke or any shit like that. It's nothing like that, boys. We treat everyone fairly and equally here. And you all allowed your own opinions, but we don't have any... How should we put this? No vulgarity. No vulgarity. All right. You guys know me. You guys know my stance on that kind of shit. There you go. Well done to chat for not... I will say well done to the... Well done for chat for not rising to it. There we go. What about pineapple and pizza? Victor Ariz, you fucking banned, mate. Pineapple on pizza is fruit out of context, and I will not stand for it. There you go. You can be vulgar about, yes, and to be honest, I don't really mind you guys being vulgar about me, because I can take it. I got a thick skin. But we can't be having... Let's move on. We're making a bigger deal out of it. Marcello's going to take his time out. He'll be back in a minute. He's welcome back in a minute. He'll take his, take his licks, like they say in Starship Troopers, and then we'll be back in. There you go. And that's fair. That's the fairest way to do it. All right. So, let's have a look here. We've got some more super chat stuff coming in. Let's have a look where we're up to, boys. Bugger me with an iron rake. Where are we up to? We've got Ed Bailey, my boy! Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat. My man! 10 lashes, you will get 69 lashes and like it. 10 lashes above the waist. 69 lashes below the waist. That's how I take it. And Benny, thank you for the support, man. I love it, dude. I love it. Also want to say a big thank you to Mal the Knife. Mal the Knife, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support, man. I also want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. My God, 5 more ear cleaners. It's never been done. It's never been done. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Mr. Monk. Thank you for the support, you absolute Giga Chad. I raise my glass to you and Mild. Thank you, boys, for growing the community and doing your part. I also want to say a huge thank you to Zaladin. Zaladin, thank you for the 13 months, baby! X-Force, baby! Became a Twitch affiliate. You inspire Mordian. Hey, that's cool. Welcome to the Content Creator Club. It sounds a bit wanky, but it's a nice. It's all right. Dude, send me a. Can I find you on Twitch? I'll fucking. If I haven't followed you, I'll follow you now, man. I'll follow you and I'll put a link in. I feel like I already do follow you, but it's one of those things I can never bloody remember. I'm going to look. Zaladin. Let's have a look, man. I don't see it. Is it Zale Odin? No, that's from 6 years ago. Zaladin. Ah, Lidin. I put Ladin. Okay. Let's have a look. Ah, there you go. Okay. Follow. And always happy to do my part to help. Always happy to do my... Oh, bugger me. Always happy to do my part to help a fellow content creator. So I will put my... I will put a link to it down in chat. Any of you guys want to check out Zaladin's channel? Give it a little go. I've just followed it myself. I haven't watched any of the content yet, but I will be tuning in to take a look at some point. There we go. There we are. All right. Also want to say a big thank you to Zaladin for the 13 months. Thank you for supporting for over a year, and good luck. Hopefully you absolutely smash it and you grow and explode and become super popular. Hopefully. That's the dream, right? That is the dream. I want to say a big thank you to Joe Ken. Joe Ken, thank you for the 25-month member flex. Double X Force. More than approved, baby. 2 years of support, man. Incredible, Joe. Big sad. I ordered Aqullions recently. Still cool. Yes, so Aqullions have been nerfed. They have been nerfed. Good news is that basically GW nerfed the outlier situation that everyone was complaining about, and then just left Aqullions as an amazing secondary scoring unit. So essentially, it's kind of like they shot the body double. They shot the Aquillion body double, but the Aquillions themselves still managed to survive. Joker, man, do not worry. Your Aqullions are still good. We'll be getting into how they have been nerfed later in the stream, but they have been nerfed, but they're still very, very good. There we go. All right. Yo, what the fuck is an Aquillion? L10 TriStar. Aquillions are the new Tempestus Scion model. So they're called you've got Tempestus Scions, and you've got Tempestus Aquillions. And the Aquillions are basically like they've got little jetpacks on. Ironically, they can't like move 12 inches, but they can deep strike within 3 inches. I think it would have been. I don't know why GW gave them. Truly, guys, I have no idea why GW gave them a 3-inch deep strike. I mean, I'm not complaining about it, but it feels like it would have made a lot more sense to give them a 12-inch move. Like, you know, do you know what? Do you know what it should have been? How about these? Check out these boots for size. What it should have been is you got the 3-inch deep strike if the sentry that you took was you had like sentry. It was like sentry with grenade launcher, sentry with flamer, sentry with hot shot volley gun, sentry with drop beacon. And if you took the sentry with drop beacon, then you gave up the double shoot ability, the drop down and shoot ability, but instead you got the 3-inch deep strike. And so there was somewhat of a trade-off for it. It's weird how you put 1 minute of thought into these things and you come up with what I, in my humble opinion, believe is a better idea. There you go. Next, I'll say big thanks to Mike Arnett. Mike Arnett, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Finally got my latest Lehman Russ build done. Battle Cannon, Heavy Bolter, sponsors, and whole Heavy Bolter pictures in stream discussione. All right, let's have a look here, bud. Let's have a little lookaroo. Hang on, stay on target. Where? Why'd you lie to me? Why'd you lie to me? Okay, generally, why? What? It's definitely Lehman Russ, right? Got my latest Lehman Russ build done. Battle Cannon, Heavy Bottle sponsors, Heavy Bottle pictures, juice good. Mike, I'm vexed. Oh, fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, Mike. You know, up until this point, I thought I had the best community in the world. Now I am starting to doubt. Start to doubt that. I love it, Mike. I genuinely love it. This is Mike's El Clasico Lehman Russ. Damn your eyes, sir. Damn your eyes. You know what? I'd allow it. If I was at a tournament, I'd allow it. My opponent put that down in front of me, I'd be like, looks like a Lehman Russell Classico to me. I was scrolling up and down. I was like, where the fuck is this thing? And then I saw the Lehman Russ turret. I was like, oh, he's just painted his Lehman Russ turret. Okay, that's fine. So then I clicked on it, and then I saw the heavy bolters blue tacked to the front, and I was like, for fuck's sake. Mike, I love it, mate. Genuinely one of the best jokes we have had on this channel, and you definitely got me with that one. 100%. You definitely got me with that one, man. Mike, I saw that chart and immediately thought, what if I took some guns on it? Amazing. All right. Brilliant. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Canvas Kane. Canvas Kane, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. At least you haven't had to deal with the anatomically correct horses from War Machine. Do you spend 20 minutes removing or 20 minutes painting the horse D? Are you're taking the piss. No way. Right, 1 minute. 20 minutes painting the horse cock. There's no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. I mean, no, I haven't heard that song. Right, War Machine. Horses. I don't see any dongs. Where is the dong? In every single movie prior to this one, Thundergun has hung dong. Where is the dong? I can't see it, man. I'm looking. Safe search is off. War Machine Horses has not come up. I'm going to need a picture posted in stream discussion in order to find it. I'm finding a lot of robotic horses. I'm finding the War Machine, Cador, Grey Lord, Outriders, Light Cavalry. Not seeing any dong there. Are you looking at the War Game War Machines? I am. War Machine Hordes. Horses. I can't put horse cock in because that will just bring back some bad shit. No, it's not horse cock, it's a leg. Easy mistake to make though. Privateer press horses. Alright. Privateer press horses. There's no dong. There's no cock here. This man has no dick. It is true. This man has no dick. Sadly, I see no horses. I see horses. I see no horse dong. I'm looking through a lot of these models, man. I see no horse dong. I mean, I'm not saying I want to see the horse dong. I mean, I don't really want to see the horse dong, okay? But I want to see if the story is true. Okay? I don't like the idea of I don't like the mystery being unsolved. There you go. You're trying too hard to find it. Oh man. So no, so Mike, so I am gonna need Kypher's Cade. I'm gonna need if you're gonna have to substantiate these claims because I have spent 2 minutes of my finite existence on this earth searching for 28mm horse dong, and it has not paid off. Okay, I've got no meme to share. Oh man. I just paid a bunch of cavalry tonight, but they had no dongs. Those must have been lady horses. Next, we'll say a big thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for thinking in chat. A broad hobby update in stream discussion. The siege grinds prepare for war. Played a game against US Rangers and finished 2 very different apothecaries. My God, that is a broad hobby update. Jesus, man. Let's have a look here. So it's like there's like bolt action. You're throwing 40k and bolt action at me in the same super chat. It has never been done. It's never been done. Don't cross the streams. The streams have been crossed. So, firstly, I want to say these guys look great. There is a lack of dong, but this is great. Seriously though, joking aside, I love the totally loyal Iron Warriors vibe. 2 different apothecaries. Old school Firstborn Apothecary and then Primaris Apothecary. That's cool. Wow, you can really see the difference in those models, man. Like a time machine. That's cool. I love the basing that you've done. I love the color scheme that you've done. It's so simple yet so effective. Hey! Big old Land Raider. Oh, OG 30k Land Raider incoming. And we've got some bot action. Nice. The BEF go to war. I was actually at a bot action tournament this weekend, guys, which I'll be talking to you guys about tomorrow. Or I could save it for Wednesday. No, that's the gaming stream. Warlord Tuesday. Mate, I love it. The Valentine. Double Valentine, man. That's cool. The double 25-pounder plus the double Valentine makes me very happy. Dude, love all those pictures, man. A broad hobby update, sir, but a very good hobby update. Love to see it. Love to see it, man. Lads and Land Raider. Yeah, bring that Land Raider to buy action. You might get a few funny looks. I want to say big thank you, Solarius. Sell, my boy. Thank you for the 14 months. X-Force, baby. Thank you for supporting the channel for over a year. Quick weekend paint job in stream discussion. Shall we have a little gander? Little gander, Rooney. Hey, nice. Quick weekend paint job. I love it. Getting in on them Ogren boys, which is very important because Ogrens are really, really good. They're so cheap now, Ogrens. It's almost rude not to take them. And you don't care if they've got orders or not. They kind of stand on their own 2 feet through sheer volume of firepower and then through sheer number of attacks in close combat. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. I really, really like the paint scheme, man. Classic sort of green and tan color scheme. Love the big boys. I love the fact that the big boys are getting some more love, both on the tabletop and on people's painting desks. Excellent work, mate. Fantastic job. We've also got Shah. We've got Nate, my boy. Nate, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Teams debrief in stream discussion. Use that list I got your opinion on a few weeks back. Oh my god, this is where he says it was absolutely dog shit and he is never ever going to trust me ever again. Nate went to an event recently with Met Guard tanks and cavalry. No Scions, no Aqullions. People are banking on Aqullions too much. There were 8 other guys playing guard, 8-man teams, event, 12 teams, and all running a mixture of different number of Aqullions. Closest was about 5 placings behind me. Rest were bottom of the ladder. Non-Aquillion guard still best. Ended up going 3-1-1 over the weekend into Chaos Knights, Drukhari, Chaos Knights, Nids, Monster Mash. That's 6 games. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm not. It's not. It's 5 games. I'm an idiot. 3 Chaos Knight games. At least you had things that could deal with them. One last thing, an epic Stracker moment. Round 1 of our 5th games versus Nids. My demo, TCs, and Vanks wounded his 3 T-Fex models down to like 3-4 wounds each. Big Dick Stracken charges one of them and gets heroic by a lictor that does no damage to him. Catachans kill that, and Stracker uppercuts the T-Fex to kill it, rolls a 6 to blow up. Catachans lose 3 guys, but his blasts kill the other 2 T-Fexes nearby. Lol, Stracken don't give a fuck. Yeah! I love it, man. I love it. Dude, the fact that Stracken just goes in there like, I hope I give you the shits, and just like starts hacking at him. Yes, mate. Yes. Nate, that's so good, man. Congratulations on going 3-1-1. Fantastic. 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. And dude, I love the epic Stracken moment. And you know what? It's very interesting. People saying that Aqullions, very interesting to hear that Aqullions are didn't do as good as expected. I think a lot of people I think honestly the best amount of Aqullions is 1 squad. Anything more than that? Anything more than that, I don't think it's necessary. I also was recently doing a list, and I put a squad of Aqullions in there instead of my usual 1 squad of 5 Scions, and I really needed the extra 40 points for other stuff, but in the end I stuck to the Aqullions, and I'm curious to see over the GT. I'm taking it to a GT this weekend. I'm curious to see how it all does, because maybe I think Aqullions are good, but I think maybe people got overexcited about them. We'll see, man. We'll see. But Nate, excellent result, man. Fantastic. Stracken King, baby. Stracken King. One squad hasn't been enough trying to other guys, but get lambasted. Yeah, they don't do any damage, and they're 90 points each. You take 3 squads of them, you could have nearly a Rogue or Dawn with a Tech Priest. And it's like, if you're taking Aqullions for damage, there are things in the Guardian which do damage much, much better than Aqullions. I want to say a big thank you to Moby Hornet. Moby Hornet, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Sergeant Harker, more like Sergeant Hawk 2 in stream discussion. No. How do you like unjam the heavy boulder? You just gotta hook to spin on that thing, you know, rack the slide. Oh, I love it, man. That's actually I don't know where that model's from, but it's actually really, really cool. It reminds me a little bit of like the Last Chancer model, but I think, you know, Warrior Woman, but it's not. It just reminds me of it, but it's not anything like it. That's cool, man. Yeah. That's cool. Amazing. I love the model, man. I love the idea. Not Sergeant Harker, Sergeant Hawk Tour. You maybe gotta get out. I would rather the chair. Oh, okay. The chair's taking over now, guys. I just one minute. It might not. I still need to read things. 1 minute. Okay. Alright, so next we've got, I want to say a big thank you. 1 minute. Thank you to shit. The joke's not funny anymore. Okay, here we go. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael Thompson. Thank you, Thompson, for the gig. I will not remain neutral with pineapple on pizza. We will push this holy fruit on pies in the vicinity. Ishmael Thompson, Mordian might think you're a goddamn heretic, but I'm the chair, and I say I love pineapple on pizza. Oh, that's alright. Fuck, I ran my foot over! The chair ran my foot over! Ow! Ow!
I feel the warp overtaking me.
Revenge!
It is
Revenge
a good
from the
pain.
chair! Revenge from the chair!
The dynast came, it
Oh
saw,
my God.
it conquered.
Yeah, that's my very bad impression of the chair voice. The chair has its own voice. Ishmael Thompson, I will not remain neutral with pineapple on pizza. We will push holy fruit on pies in the vicinity. I like pineapple. I like pineapple. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like it on pizza. I like pineapple juice. I like eating pineapple. I like pineapple in my cocktails. Like, I love a good bit of pineapple. Don't get me wrong. I love as much pineapple as the next man. But I don't know what it is. On pizza, it just seems like fruit out of context. Fruit out of context, you know? There we are. But that's just like my opinion, man. You guys have to let me know what you guys think. I also want to say a big thank you to the Rainbow Carnivex. Thank you for the 28-month member flex, baby. Double X Force, Mordian approved. Stream discussion for a GSC model. Also, feet pictures. Oh my. Gene Stealer feet pictures. Oh yes. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Feet! He's got his foot out, lads. You can't deny it. 1 minute. There it is. There's the foot. There it is. The feet are real. The feet are real. I love it. Joking aside, by the way, beautiful paint scheme on this model, man. Really, really like the yellow. The bright yellow contrasting with the slightly darker purple, but then the gold sort of brings it all together. Really, really cool, man. Really like it. Really like it. And also, I love the giant brain. The Gene Stealer's brain is bigger than its entire body, including its brain. This doesn't make sense to you and I, but it makes sense to the Gene Stealer cult due to the size of its enormous brain. There you go, man. There you go. All right. I love that. I do really love the brain. The brain dude. The big brain dude is one of my favorite GSC models they've ever released. It's so silly. It's good. It's good silly. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Nick Hatfield. Thank you for 12 months. Finally, yes, finally you have joined the illustrious ranks of X-Force, baby. I love it, dude. Love it. Nick, thank you so much for your support for a full year. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. All right. Also want to say a big thank you to Richard Seaton. Richard Seaton, thank you for the super chat, man. Big Chief 07. 07 back at you, Big Chief. RTT horror story in chat. Oh my. Is that the theme of today's stream? All of the tournament horror stories? I'm ready for it. If you have a tournament horror story, share it, and we shall all enjoy the beef together. Richard Seaton, I think I can probably top that bad RTT experience. Oh, okay. Here's my tale from the weekend, gentlemen. 07. First game, I won against Chaos Knights, 87-80. A good friendly game against someone with similar experience as myself and a good challenge. He took a Rampager and the rest War Dogs with some Nurglings, which was tough to stop, but I dominated OC. Second game was against a Team England hopeful. He's part of the current tryouts for Austria, who beat me 137 with a very meta guard list of 3 tank commanders, 3 Aqullions, Dawns, Ogren, etc. Frankly, he outclassed me, but I did learn a few things, and so far, so good, right? Last game, against an almost identical meta guard list, but I had learned from game 2 and was doing well up to turn 3. My opponent was pretty sweaty. Attitude and body odor. Fuck's sake, guys. Have a shower and put some antiperspirant on. It's not that big a deal. We had the TO over 3 times by round 2, when, after learning his considerable mass on the, leaning his considerable mass on the gaming tables to move his models around a few times, the table finally gave way. Models, dice, and accessories scattered all over the floor, and a few telltale snapping noises. Personally, most of my army was either A, lead model, or B, super glued and varnished for safety, but I haven't summoned the courage to inspect the damage yet. Game abandoned with no apology from my opponent, and I left wondering if I was going to win it. Such a shame, and honestly, I need the Christmas break now before I go back to tournament. Oh, and I failed 5 Psycho 2+ rolls for the invulnerable save on the trot. Okay, let's make one thing abundantly clear here, because we're on YouTube and we have to clarify these things, otherwise we get in trouble. We're obviously not fat shaming anyone here, guys. Obviously, you know, takes all sorts of people to make the world go round, and that's just a fact. All right, but looking at this case specifically, it just sounds like, unfortunately, you encountered just the classic that guy. You know? You just encountered the classic that guy. You know, the big absolute unit of a chap. Perhaps not looking after himself, and unfortunately, it seemed to be. Unfortunately, it's bad. Yeah. What can you say? I mean, do you know what? Actually, there's one thing you can say. It doesn't matter the size of the chap. It doesn't matter his personal hygiene. I mean, those are issues, but they're issues that we will put completely to one side, because it almost doesn't matter. What really matters is the lack of apology. That's all that really matters. It may have been due to some sort of self-imposed embarrassment, shall we say. It may just have been he's just a rude bastard. But the only Yeah. Yeah. The only thing is that it's the lack of apology. And it's one of those things where you apologize. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it to happen. And then you would say, oh no, mate, don't worry about it, man. Dude, let's just check, make sure all the fucking models are right. Are your models okay? Are my models okay? And you sort of you come together over that moment of that shared horror, right? And the main thing is you just check that everyone's models are okay. And, hopefully, the TO comes over and it's like, okay, well, just call it a draw, you guys, kind of thing. Just take care, look after your models and all that kind of stuff. But, if there was nothing like that, and it sounds like there's nothing like that, then that's really the issue. And almost nothing else matters. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was the table's fault or his fault or anything. It's just like the old saying goes. If you fuck someone in the ass, you've got to have the goddamn common courtesy to give them a reach around. And surprisingly, that is relevant in so many situations in life. There you go. If I broke someone's models at an event, they'd be getting bloated a new box of minis before going home, and I'd never show my face again. I mean, that is standard procedure. We were talking about tournament etiquette. Before, and one is you don't gotcha people, and two is if you break an opponent's model, you will have to fellation them and buy them a new box of miniatures. I'm sorry, like we don't make the rules. This is just the etiquette that is just expected at the gaming table. I'm sorry, like that's just it. If you can't adhere to those standards, I don't know what to tell you. Oh man. I have broken someone's model at a table before, completely accidentally. Like for example, if I have like picked up a chaos model and a little spike's like broken off or something, I'm extremely careful. And most of the time, and I will profusely apologize and say, do you need me to get you some glue or something? And do you know what? Every single time, my opponent has gone, oh, don't worry, mate, I've got some. That bit always breaks off. Do you know what I mean? Or don't worry, man, it's always breaking off kind of thing. Literally, there's never been a time when it's happened and someone's picked one of my models up. Like I had someone pick one of my Empire models up at a tournament and the little feathers on the top just snapped off, and they went, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I went, mate, like they're 3D printed and I've snapped off like a dozen of those things myself. I, like literally picked up the model and went, look, that one snapped off, like don't worry about it, just give me the little feather and I'll glue it back on at some point. Like it's not a problem, just be no, because it's one of those things where you never touch someone's models without asking, by the way, like never. Like if I've had people say to me, oh mate, here are my Terminators, can you just deep strike them down over there? And I'm like, yeah, of course, mate. Are you happy with that placement? Yeah, of course I am. Or can you just move that captain to the front? Yeah, of course I can, mate, no problem. And I've done the same to the people, and I've had people, I've had it when like I've been on one side, I've been on my side table, I've shot some enemy units that I deep struck down, and I've gone, do you want me to pass these cow sheets over to you, or do you want to come over and get them? And nearly every single time my opponent's like, pass them over to me, and I'm just like very carefully passing them over. But it's especially, I never pick anyone's models up without permission. No one has ever picked my models up without permission. I have accidentally snapped off a spike here and there. My opponents have actually snapped off a spike here and there. It's never been an issue, and you tend to know which models it's going to happen to, especially with like some of the more brittle 3D printed ones. Yeah. Cowsgate, I one time gestured with my hand holding a tape measure, lost my grip, and obliterated my brother's old Metal Lord of Change. Oh no. Oh no. That's so bad. Fucking hell. I love it. Rich Ian, that is a pretty bad horror story. It's a pretty bad horror story. The most horrifying bit, though, is the etiquette. None of the other bits. Physical or olfactory issues. The main thing, obviously, is the not apologizing. I want to say a big thank you to Squidfist, my boy. Squidfist, thank you so much for the 23-month member flex, baby. Double X-Force. Almost. 1 X-Force. The second one is about here. It's almost there, man. 07, dude, seriously though, I'm only teasing. Thank you for nearly 2 years support, you absolute giga chat. 07 buddy. Tomb Kings updated intro discussion. Thanks for the streams. Hey man, let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right. Give me 1 second, my old mucker, before I show the picture off. Because I just want to check something. It's nothing major. It's just me being more careful than I probably need to be, but you've got to be these days. Okay, so I'm just not going to show the first... I'll tell you what, man. I need to... Give me 1 second. It's never going to work. I'm just not going to share the first picture, mate. And the reason I'm not going to share the first picture is there's a couple of kids in the background of it, very young children. And you've got to be really careful these days. Just in general, but also like YouTube's like really like, you know, careful with that kind of shit, which is good, as they should be, you know. So I'm just going to miss the first picture, if that's all right. And let me just make sure I know what the last picture is. The last picture is the Black Orcs. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's have a look, man. Nice. Orcs. Mate, I love it. Common Goblins for the win, baby. Common Goblins for the win. Nice. Ah, the Tomb Kings, the Tomb Guard. The Tomb Guard, man. The Tomb Guard. There we go. The lines meeting, the lines crashing. Orc boys versus Skellybobs. Nice. That's a great picture. Look at that. That's a great picture, that, man. Love it. That is a great picture. I love like the 5 Gobbo skirmisher archers. I like that. That's really cool. And then the orc guy on the big boar. Nice. I love all of them, man, and I love seeing your skeletons in action. I'm probably going to nick your color scheme, by the way, when it comes to my own Tomb Kings, when I inevitably get some, because I really want an undead army. Nice. Oh shit, those Skellybobs look like they might be in trouble, and I've got the old orc shaman there. That's cool. So I think this is the last picture. Yeah, this is the last picture. So the Black Orcs, yeah, mate, I love it. Beautiful rank and flank lines. Yeah, slam it together. Exactly that, rat bastard. Exactly. That's what we love. That's what we love, man. Dude, thank you so much for sending those pictures in, mate. And, you know, obviously, thank you for being understanding about me just being careful with, you know, showing stuff off on stream. Because I know it's your, you said it's your daughter and everything. So you just want to be careful on that kind of stuff. Yeah. But it's good fist, mate. I love it. Great to see the Tomb Kings in action. It's good, Fizz. You've gone from being like 40k till I die to now like fuck 40k, old world till I die. And I play Tomb Kings, so I never die. Brilliant, man. Yeah, dude, you stole your color scheme for another guy. Yeah, man. The only thing I might change is green shields. I love the classic blue, but I might go green. I don't have a green army yet. If I don't go green there, I might go green on my high elves, which I will be getting soon. Baby. I'm going full Eldar, boys. That's it. Okay, want to say a big thank you to Captain Krakenash. Captain Krakenash, thank you for the 200 bits, baby. Thank you for the 200 bits, man. RTT recap in your email. The Dynast came, it saw, it conquered. I'm ready. Okay, let's have a look here. Lord General Commissar, the forces of our Dynast picked up on a distress call in the fringes of your territory, and out of mutual respect, we mobilized a contingent of our Canoptic court to investigate. Upon our arrival, the wraiths of our Canoptic Court found a turned infestation upon the world where the signal seemed to be coming from. After much clashing of claws, both metallic and visceral, with our wraith spires and scabs driving into the chittering hordes, our forces came close to rooting out the infestation. At the battle's close, a single Tyrannofex was seen fleeing over the ridge. 146. Nice. Very nice. Before we give chase, however, we received a communique from infiltration unit stationed at a nearby settlement. It turned out that GTS had corrupted the local stock of primates on this world. With volley after volley, our contingents of Lockers heavies left naught but waste in their wake. And upon the conclusion of battle, we had taken everything within the domain. 97-51 managed to wipe the ball clear at the end of turn 5, and the Wraiths were camped on its home objective. Nice. And lo, as we surveyed the territory we had cleansed, the sound of teleportation and displacement rang out. And lo, our optics were momentarily blinded as the golden sons of the Emperor's heathen religion charged into the fray. Doomstalkers drummed their volleys, the staccato booms of their great guns hurling volley after volley, the sound of their grav tank almost as mighty, until it fell silent and dissolved into dust in a flash of Itanic light. The golden warriors charging out our lines, showing off staggering amounts of fire, and even laying low our loyal Lockers who had carried the previous battle. If I could weep, I would have, when our great Lockers lord fell alongside one of our Doomstalkers. We did not stop even when our Shackle Catan, after containing 2 units of Wardens and an Inquisitor half the battle, burst in a cascading wave of maniacal screams and fire. But we did not give up. Imhotep called down great gouts of lightning, and oh how they danced under the static onslaught and cooked in their golden armour. And alas, it seems that heathen god deserted them, because one by one, blade by blade, we broke their armour. We broke their blades! We broke their bodies! And with renewed effort, we drove them back and drove them down. We cast them out, but alas, as one last act of defiance, oh the rage! They slew our great warlord, our Hexmark. But mark me, before that impudent Inquisitor shamefully murdered him, he laid low the majority of her companions before she fled the field. Among the debris, we found a tarnished codpiece and a corrupted data crystal. Apparently, they were on the hunt for someone from the lower decks who's been accused of the utmost heresy. We thought you might want some information, since apparently the Mordian 189th were also implicated as being afflicted with thy person. 97-56, Draxus on 1 shield something got away. I love it. I love that recap, man. I love it. I don't play Hypercrypt because I have class. That's the name of the list. So it's Imhotep. We've got Immortals, Hexmark, Locust Lord, Locust Heavy Destroyers, Locust Heavy Destroyers again, Technomancer, Wraiths, Transcendent Catan, and Doomstalker. Wow. A very, very, very elite Necron list. Very elite. The lack of screening disturbs me greatly. Lower decks! Heresy! What the hell did I do? I don't know, man. Maybe using your asshole as a boner garage for the entire Commoner might have been construed as heresy by some of the more radical Inquisitors. I don't know. The buggery they're okay with. It's the fact that it was with the Xenos is the problem. Oh man, Captain Crocodile, thank you for the 200 bits, mate, and I love that recap, man. Very flavorful and with lots of funny moments in it as well, man. Okay, big thank you. Make sure I've not missed any tips. I did miss a tip. I have been a very naughty boy. I want to say a big thank you to the Uber Lizard, yes! The Uber Lizard lambast me. Everyone in chat, I am a whore. I'm not a whore, I'm a cur, I'm a cad, I'm a horse and knave. I mean, I can be a whore, you know, for the right price. I missed one of the Uber Lizard tips. I got the second tip, but I missed the first tip. So Uber Lizard, please lambast me. Let me go back to the first tip, mate. Hey, SMG, I did some more painting this weekend. Picked in Discord. I also realized something about my paint scheme and the colors I use. When I saw it, it made me laugh quite a bit. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Ah, that's brilliant. I never even saw it. Oh, man. So this is the color scheme. This is the color scheme. And by the way, excellent, excellent bloody work on the Wraith Lord, mate. Cool. Very, very cool. I'm not normally... I didn't used to like Wraith Lords, but I saw one. I saw the picture of the one on the Combat Patrol, and I've seen your one, and now I feel like I'm warming to Wraith Lords a smidge. That's so cool. I love the poses on the Wraith Lords, mate. They've come out so nicely. So nicely. So love the color scheme. Love what you've been working on. I also love the fact that you've realized that your color scheme looks like Audi. It's the Aldari. Brilliant. Oh my god. The Aldari. Ah! Fuck's sake. Fuck's sakes, Uber. Jesus Christ, man. I love it, dude. Do you know what? You can't go back now. You can't go back now. Oh. And Uber, your other tip, mate. Hey, MG, looks like my super chat before dropped off the good again. It didn't. I'm just an idiot. Also, Garza Hannon had an interview with one of the top guard players right now. Any ideas or thoughts on it or the things he mentioned? I haven't seen it. So what I'll do, Uber, is I've got 2 or 3 more super chats to catch up on. I'll catch up on that, and then I will take a look. Because it's very relevant to Meta Monday, because it's talking about, you know, top guard players, competitive play, all that kind of good stuff. So let me go over to Hannon's channel. Have a look. Okay. Okay, there we go. I've got that there now, man. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look where we were before. So I'll circle back around to that one just because I will actually kind of dive into it a bit. Yeah, dive into it a bit. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to James Dunn. James Dunn, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. And thank you for your patience. It's taken me a little while to get to you. I want to know if you think the Valkyrie would make a good gunship at long range, or if there's a better aircraft for that. The Valkyrie is a strange beast. On the one hand, it's an absolute flying brick. 2-up save, T10, 14 wounds. Arguably, because of that extra wound, it is tougher than the Lehman Russ, because against the majority of weapons, the Lehman Russ's toughness 11 doesn't really mean a huge amount. T11 versus T10, las cannons, the main anti-tank weapon, las cannons and their equivalent, the main anti-tank weapons in the game, still wound you on 3s, right? So really the extra wound comes, you know, is what makes the Valkyrie slightly tougher. The problem with the Valkyrie is threefold. Firstly, its price. It's 190 points. You're paying for transport capacity. So if you're thinking about having a gunship, you might want to look for a cheaper one. Second problem with the Valkyrie is that it's an aircraft. So it has to obey the usual aircraft rules. The only advantage it has is the fact it can go into hover mode. But the problem with hover is that on dense boards, it can actually really struggle. Going like up and over terrain and getting the angles. And it can be a bit of a pick because it's so big. It's got such a wide wingspan. You've got to go. You can't just go through walls. You've got to go up and over them. So having that 20-inch move, it doesn't actually help it. It's actually not that much faster. But the third problem with the Valkyrie is that it has a lot of guns, but not many of them are really good for killing tanks. I mean, at best, you've got one las cannon. The rocket pods, fantastic weapon system. Love the rocket pods. Heavy bolters, fantastic weapon system. Love the heavy bolters. But these are anti-infantry weapons. And sadly, we are not in a meta of infantry. We are in a meta of vehicles. And so, and the Valkyrie doesn't have squadron, so it can't benefit from lethal hits. It can only be ordered by the Lord Solar. So the Valkyrie is not a great fire support unit. Its main purpose should be as kind of like a transport, but you can get almost 3 Chimeras for the price of 1 Valkyrie. And then the fire support, yeah. So sadly right now, I don't think the Valkyrie is worth it from a tactical, strategic, gameplay point of view. However, that does not mean you should not get one. The Valkyrie is a perfectly usable model. It's perfectly usable. It will still do a little bit of something in every game. It's still got enough firepower to do something. It's still got enough transport capacity to do something. It's just not very points efficient. So if you love the Valkyrie, if you're like, I really like air power and guard and planes and all that kind of shit, then you should still get one. If you there's a bit of there's a good saying in the 40k community: rules are temporary, models are forever. And so it doesn't even matter if something goes to Legends or whatnot. The first thing when you get a model should be, do you enjoy it? Now, you might enjoy it because of its rules, and that's fine. But the first thing you should say is like, why am I getting this model? Am I trying to get it for power, or am I trying to get it for fun? And if you want it for power, then the Valkyrie is not for you. But if you want it for fun, then the Valkyrie is fine. By the way, there's nothing wrong with getting a model for power. Some people think that's a bad thing. It's not. No. So, James Dunn, mostly just wanting an anti-tank aircraft. Okay, there's a much better anti-tank aircraft for cheap. If you want an anti-tank aircraft, I would look towards Forge World at things like the Lightning. That gets 2 las cannons and 2 anti-tank rockets. Or the Thunderbolt, which gets rockets and autocannons. Those are Forge World models, so if you buy them for Forge World, they will be expensive. But there is loads of there's loads of 3D printed options. And if you are, I'm not endorsing this in any way, shape, or form. But if you are someone who is inclined to get recasts of it, you will save a lot of money. So there you go. So I would say Thunderbolt or Lightning. It's one of those though, James. We don't know how a lot of Forge World stuff is going to survive the Codex. I know it's very true. I know you want me to say, yeah, it's great, but a lot of armies have lost access to pretty much all of their Forge World stuff when their Codex has come out in 10th edition. And the Guard Codex is coming out in January. So in 2 months' time, there's a strong chance you won't be able to use Forge World models in tournament play anymore. So again, this only matters if you're going to play tournament play. If you play casually and your game group has no issue with you using Legends units, then it's fine. Right. But it's still something to be aware of. Okay, thanks for the explanation. I'm pretty new to tabletop. No worries, man. If you've got any other follow-up questions, just ask. Always happy to help, man. I know I threw a lot of information at you. So, take your time to digest it. And hopefully it'll be helpful. There we are. I want to say next a big thank you to the man, the myth, the legend. It is Willario, my boy. Woo-hoo, baby. I don't mean to alarm you, I do not mean to alarm you, but Wallario82, the head of conscription on this channel, just came in with his signature move and just dropped not one, not two, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Ah, it's popping up, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Oh, man. For those of you that don't know, Wallario is a very generous supporter of the channel. He's a pretty big deal around these parts. And his signature move is to drop 50 gifted membership. So please join me in doing some 07s down in the chat. Whether you're on Twitch gang, YouTube gang, join me in doing those 07s. If you are a channel member, don't forget to spam the conscript emoji. That's the Douglas Haig one pointing. Because, not Douglas Haig, Kitchener pointing. Because that is the emoji that we made in honor of Wallario and his fantastic efforts to conscript every motherfucker in the room. So, Wallario, I raise my glass to you, sir. I raise my glass to you. You are an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. Let me just say something. Thank you, mate. That is basically like getting a death strike. That is the gifted membership equivalent of doing a death strike. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. It's an incredibly generous amount of support. So, mate, from the bottom of my heart, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you. You're incredibly generous, mate. Incredibly kind. You've done so much to support the channel and support the community, growing the MG Discord, all of it, man. We're very, very lucky to have you part of this community. Thank you, mate. More than doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. Amazing, man. Oh, good old Wallario, man. Good old Wallario. He's a goddamn hero. Oh, man. I also want to say a big thank you. Do we have a... I feel like I missed one super chat here. Let me just have a look. I did almost miss one. I want to say a double thank you. But I also need lambasting again. Lambast me! I tell you what, hang on, let me just check something here.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
He's doing them one at a
Mobile
time,
infantry
isn't
made me the man I am today.
Is he going to redo that 39 times now?
Infantry, sir.
It is. Okay,
Good
so I'm
for
going to need
you.
that. I need to have a look at my alerts, but that's okay. I want to say a big thank you to Firstborn Succober Sneed. Firstborn Succober Sneed, thank you for the double super chat, mate. I do apologise that I nearly missed your first one. Primaris the King, Suffer Manlet Marines. If I wasn't late getting to your super chat, I would tell you to shut your dirty whore mouth. Firstborn Succober Sneed, thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Thank you for the support. And also thank you for the second super chat. Nothing crazy, but got Volcus terrain done in stream discussion. All right, man. Hey, that's nothing crazy, but it's still good hobby progress. Let's have a look, man. Nice. As I said, I do really like GW terrain. Do you know what's interesting? The best terrain that I've played on was terrain map terrain. L-shaped ruins the whole way, but you know what it was? It wasn't MDF L-shaped ruins. It was fully painted GW terrain that had been put just like this stuff, but had been put on not perspex bases, but like neoprene, like little mini neoprene mats. And I played on that at Adepticon, and it was actually like, okay, this is competitive terrain, but it actually looks good. It was both functional and form. And I rarely give GW credit for stuff, but their terrain is super expensive, but it is good. It is good, and yeah, I really enjoyed playing on GW terrain, on GW terrain layouts at Adepticon, and I think that deserves. I do shit on GW a lot, but I always try and give them credit where credit's due, and I think that they do deserve a bit of credit for for that. Because they provide, I think, all the terrain for Adepticon, which is really good. But we're not here to talk about Adepticon. We're here to talk about Firstborn. Firstborn, Suck Steed. And mate, I love what you've done with that, man. Really, really good terrain. Loved it. This is probably one of my favorite pieces of terrain that GW's put out recently. Like it's got the little door on it, the little compound behind it. I like that, man. Yeah, keep up the good terrain, mate. Keep up the good terrain. That's going to be great for Kill Team, and you're going to find it adds so much to your. You're going to find it adds so much to your 40k boards as well. Fantastic effort, mate. Good job. Good job. You got better terrain than me, man. I need to up my terrain. That's one of my pledges for next year is going to be big overhaul of the Mordian Glory terrain. Big overhaul. Yeah. It's stuff like this. Seeing pictures of you guys and the terrain that seeing pictures of the terrain that you guys put together sort of inspires me and motivates me and pushes me to do that. So it is a big deal for Firstborn. So thank you for sending that in, mate. Okay, I want to say a big hello to Rexy, my boy! Rexy, it's been too long, sir. It's been too long since we had you in the stream, mate. Combat, great to have you back. Combat Guard at 2k. Strachan, 2 times 20 plus 1 times 10 cat chance. 3 times Lemur's El Clasico tanks. 2 times 5 Scions. 3 times Armature Warglaves. 2 times 10 Deathwatch kill teams. And 1 times 5 Grey Knight Terminators. Rexy, I really like that list. You've got screening for those big Catachan squads. But you've also got the 2 big units of kill teams as well. So that not only bulks out your infantry core, but provides you with some really solid counterpunch as well. You've then got the Scions for doing secondaries. And you've got the 5 Grey Knight Terminators to, again, add more weight to your infantry. Now, it might seem like 5 Terminators doesn't feel like a lot of infantry, but there's a lot of wounds there. And there's a lot of objective control there, considering they're all like OC3 each with that flag, right? And then you've got the fire support as well. You've got the long-range fire support of the El Clasicos, just taking a little bit of everything. And then you've got the melter, the night melter guns of the armatures, plus they add a little bit of combat as well. There's infantry, there's tanks, there's primary game, there's secondary game, there's damage dealers, and there's pseudo indirect fire. Because whilst there's no direct fire, the Grey Knight Terminators can do a little bit of pseudo indirect fire. The small sound squads can supplement it a little bit if they're not doing secondary game. But most importantly, you've got close combat. Close combat can counter pseudo indirect fire because you can charge things you can't see. So Rexit, I have no recommendations on this. I think it's a different take on Guard, but I think it's good. I think that would be an effective list. It covers the 4 pillars. So it should, with practice, do decently. There you go. So we've got 4 more super chats coming in here. We've got Captain Crackerdash, Cascade, Woodham, and Poor Man John Doe. I'm going to get to all of you guys over the next 5 minutes. So I want to say a big thank you to Captain Crackerdash. Thank you for the 100 bits, mate. The key thing people don't think about with aircraft is they use true line of sight. Yeah, because they're high in the sky, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. Unless they're in hover mode. And then they don't. Yeah, but it definitely can. Like, it can catch a lot of people out. I think you know, examples of good aircraft are things like the Lightning, the Avenger Strike Fighter. Those are examples of good aircraft because they're cheap. And they've got range. So you can bring them on in a fairly safe position and have them just firing away. Yeah. Yeah. I think aircraft absolutely can do some work in 10th edition. I just think they're almost more effort than they're worth. That's the thing. Like, a lot of aircraft are terrible. A lot of aircraft are usable, but all aircraft are a pain in the ass. That's basically it. But yeah, I know you've had good success with the Doom Scythe, yeah, which I know has caught a few people off guard. I want to say next a big thank you to Kyphus Kane! Kyphus Kane, hero of the Imperium! Thank you for the 18 months, man! X-Force, baby! Year and a half of support, you fucking hero, mate. Thank you, bro. Horse D in stream discussion. Alright. So apparently, there are atomically accurate horses. Oh! Okay. Like, I'm not gonna show it off on stream. But there is it seems that the War Machine horses do have dongs. They do have dongs. I'm glad that you confirmed it, but I also kind of wish I hadn't seen it. The mystery was solved, but maybe it was better staying as a mystery. Oh, man. Oh, man. How did he change the oil? Brilliant. Oh. Oh, man. I want to say a big thank you to Woodham, my boy! Woodham, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! Mind-numbing camo, work in progress in stream discussion. Also, Mordian versus Varak community bot action event next year. So, Woodham, I'll take a look at the models in a second. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I will do a Mordian versus Varak community bot action event. I was gonna say bot. I'll do a community bot action battle report with him right now. No, like right now. Like we'll take it on the road. It'll be like going to Mackey's. I'll head over to Varak and we'll do a fucking game. It's him that keeps dodging me. 2 times. Nah, I'm joking. He didn't dodge. He's not dodged me either time. But Varak will only do, I think he's afraid of getting turned into a skin suitcase or something. Because Varak will only collab in Warlord HQ. Oh, man. But I would love to do a Mordian Varak community bolt action tournament next year. I think that'd be good. I reckon. Could that be the biggest bolt action tournament ever? I mean, what is the biggest bolt action tournament? The biggest one I've ever seen is like 40 people. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I mean, what is the 75 players were at Notch GT? We can get more than that. We can get more than that. I reckon we can sell out Element. Element has a lot of time. I had 80 people. I had 80 people at Thanatos 2, and we were not using all of Element's capacity. Element has space, I think, for like a minimum. Not a minimum. A maximum of 90 people. 90 people. It's definitely 80 plus. It's definitely, I know it's 80 plus from personal experience. Can we do it? Can we get 80 big GT? Big GT, 80 plus people. Or do we even do it as a GT? Or do we have it as a narrative event? Do we do Bolt Action Thanatos? Bolt Action Apocalypse. I'm just saying. You know, we could have like a full year to prepare. I think it can happen. I think it can happen. Whatever, I'll get your mold in a second. But look, I'm always up for a collab. Tactical Tortoise, my boy! Tactical Tortoise just come in with 14 raiders. Man the battlement! Man the battlement! Tactical Tortoise, thank you so much for coming into the Twitch stream with 14 raiders. My God, sir. My God. Thank you so much for being here, man. And dude, I hope that your stream has just gone well. Hope you've covered lots of tactical and also tortoisey things. There we are. But mate, dudes, want to say actually on a more serious note, because I know I'm always a bit of a, I'm not the most serious person in the world. There's no defense against these. Let's love it, Blag Zombie. You've raided me a few times recently. I just want to say I really appreciate it. Like, really, really do. So, Big 07, mate. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. And great to have you here. Great to have you and the Raiders here, man. And to all the Tactical Tortoise Raiders, you are most welcome. Most welcome indeed. Did I update my Twitch stream name? I think I did. Let me just check. I've been streaming this whole time under, like, a drinking stream on Twitch. No, I didn't update it. Ha! I am a professional content creator. I am. Okay. Now, oh no, Wood Imp. Are those the naughty Germans? I think these were the models that Midwinter Minis warned me about. Oh no. Man, these Germans really look like they enjoy waffles. I'm just saying. Electric waffles. They're grenadiers! Fair enough. I was like, he's going through his edgy wargamer phase. The grenadiers are they? Fair enough. It's the camo that's thrown me off. They look great though. They look great. I've been painting some Germans recently. I think I need to redo some of my Fallschirmjäger though. They're a bit blue. Yeah. Mikey will never let me edit another video again. Oh no. Look great though. They're coming along nicely, sir. And yeah, I'm not surprised that the camo. Let me just say, the camo looks phenomenal. Looks really, really phenomenal. I'm not surprised that it's a bit mind-numbing, but let me tell you, the results are really, really worth it. Really, really worth it, man. Excellent work. Always good to see some bot action on the channel, and always good to see some good hobbying progress taking place. All righty ho ho. I also want to say a big thank you to Poor Man John Doe! Poor Man John Doe, thank you very much for your super chat, sir, and thank you for your patience. I know it's taken me a little while to get to you. Let's see where we are up to here. New to Warhammer 40k, been following you for a couple of months now. Think about starting a Krieg army when they release. Has a question. I have a question. Will it be a full army like Ashman-Atam or supplementary to Ashman-Atam? So, we don't know
for duty, sir.
For show. Okay? We don't know for show. But if I think there's a 99% chance that the Krieg models will be not their own separate army, but models that you can use inside an Imperial Guard army. So essentially, that's a good thing. You don't really want to be a little sub-faction that's split off into your own book and own codex. Because what you tend to find is those things get left behind. They're little one-shot pops that GW throws out into the world, but doesn't really support much afterwards. So if I was a betting man, I would say it's that the Krieg release is going to be part of the main guard book, which is a good thing because it means you'll get all the love and attention of like a big release. And I think having a full Krieg army will look amazing and be totally viable and totally playable. That would be my guess. Yeah, I think there's going to be lots of good new models, but I don't expect that it won't be Codex Krieg. It will be Codex Imperial Guard with lots of Krieg units inside it. There you go. You had another bit. Yes. Okay, Paul Montoya, that was the autocorrect. So I hope that answers your question, Paul Man. John, don't you have any follow-up questions? Get them down in chat. I'll be happy to answer them. Godlike Poet, one-shot pop that GW throws out into the world and then doesn't support afterwards. R.I.P. Harlequins. Yeah. R.I.P. Harlequins. R.I.P. Yanari. Like, when was the last time you ever heard anyone playing Yanari, you know? R.I.P. Deathwatch. Too soon. Nah, Deathwatch coming back. Deathwatch coming back, man. Great to see. Blog Zombie, thank you for the follow on Twitch, mate. Appreciate it. I also want to say a big thank you to Alexander Holt. Alexander Holt, thank you so much for the tip, my man. The tip. How are you doing, Mordian? I'm doing good, man. How are you doing, buddy? Been a while, but one of your videos popped on my channel. Also, post some pictures for your description. Hey, Alexander Holt, it's great to have you back. It's great to have you back, man. It's good to know that the YouTube algorithm is at least trying to push my content out there. And mate, let's take a look at some of these hobby post pictures. Oh mate, they've come out really nicely. Oh man, they look great. It's like a little mini diorama. We've got Celestine and one of her bodyguards. Got 3 Kriegers running forward. Love the blue, man. I love the, I tell you what, man, before I forget, I love the water effect in that shell crater, man. That's cool as fuck. I really like the blue you've done on those Kriegers. Really like it. So cool. Yeah, man. They look great, dude. I like the blue on the wings. There's the very slight bluing effect. Really works. The bluing effect and then contrasting that with the pure white of the armor. Really tasty. Nice. Is that a Krieg lasgun in the nuclear snow? Dead Krieger, so probably. Oh, that's so cool, man. Excellent work, buddy. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Thank you for your support. Great to have you back, man. Love the diorama. Love the paint scheme. Yeah. Yeah, Godlike Poet also has a really good looking Celestine. It is. It's very good, isn't it? Tight. It's tight! Tight, yeah! Nice. Alrighty, ho. So, I don't mean to alarm you, gentlemen. I don't mean to alarm you, but we have caught up on all the super chats. My God, it's never been done. Does that mean I have to talk about meta things now? That mean I have to do my fucking job? Ugh. Go on then. Ugh. If I must. So, the current bolt action meta. Bolt action after action report is going to happen, but it's not going to happen until tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, I was at another bolt action event. I took my Germans. I learned many things. Many things. But it's not today. Today is 40k meta. 40k meta. Now, before we get into 40k meta and, of course, the Aqullion nerf, which I know a lot of you are going to be curious about or curious on my hot take on the whole Aqullion thing, before we do that, I've only got a little bit of drink left. See that? Looks like paint water. No, it's a little bit of drink. So, yes, also I need to look at the interview. Good reminder, Game Guru. So what I'm going to do is we will get a drink. I'm still stuck on this fucking island. Drink. And then we'll talk about Aqullions. And then we'll look at the interview. And then we will look at some metadata. And by the time we've done all that and had a crafty one off the wrists, we'll probably be fucking rocking and rolling. So there we go. Nice. So talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to be like 60 seconds, guys. So I'm not going to be too long. So if you need a drink, grab a drink. And we'll meet back here in 60 seconds. All right. Alright, you alien bastards. Ned Stark's bastard. Okay. Ugh. Back with a cool, refreshing Sprite. All right, that's a very obscure reference, that one. You have to let me know if you get it. Wasn't quite the right drink, but hopefully you get it. Oh man. So, where were we? Yes. We were about to talk about Aqullions. Before we do, I want to say a big thank you to Saurus Blood. Saurus Blood, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Ended 2-1 in 9th place at the Old Tournament I went to on Saturday. Full report and a bunch of pictures in stream discussion. Let's take a look, shall we? A cheeky gander, one might say. It's popping. And everyone... The eardrums have exploded! Curtis Snake, thank you for deafening the entire audience. That's not your fault, that's my fault. So tour report time. Last Saturday, I went to an RTT with my Dubban Baron Exiles list. I got 9th out of 20 players with a score of 2-1, only losing to the guy who won the whole tournament. Game 1, Brett versus Brett. I was pretty dominant this game. Exiles have the advantage in the Brett versus Brett matchup because I can still gain the blessing. Coolest moment was the Brigands completely wiping out a unit of Knights of the Realm turn 1. Blunderbusses when they hit hard. Yes, I like it. Game 2 versus Tomb Kings was my turn to get stomped. The Blender Baron's Knights got flanked after failing to restrain and overrun from killing the Necrosphinx. The big block of peasants got double charged and slowly whittled down after 3 rounds of combat. Bad positioning on my part and extra bad luck with my cannons either blowing up or being shot up by great bows. Game 3 versus Skaven. Cannons took out the bell and my knights cut down the rats where they could, with my Pegasus Baron sniping the Skaven Warlord with the Fellblade before he could strike back. Lessons learned from this tournament. I am going back to 2 units of 3 Pegasus Knight. 1 unit of 5 felt way too clunky. I was basically running 3 big units, so I didn't have the maneuverability I was used to. Blender Baron was amazing, always hitting on 3 with D3 and Hatred, and the Frontier Axe makes him blend anything his unit charges. He killed a unit of Pegasus Knight, a Necrosphinx, and a Hellpit Abomination all on his own. Nice. Cannons performed the worst they ever had for me. 1 blow up every single game, twice on turn 1. Enjoy some pictures of the game and event. Dude, I guess that's the problem with the cannons. Because you don't have Empire Engineers. So if they go, they fucking go, right? Yeah, they're going to blow up. All right, let's have a look at some pictures. It's not 4K meta, but it is still meta stuff. Mate, that's a beautiful picture there. That's a beautiful picture. Little bit of terrain, nice battle mat, and 2 fully painted Bretonnian armies. That's what Warhammer is all about. Love that shit. Love the skirmishing peasant bowman, man. Very cool. Got the bombard facing down against enemy Pegasus Knights, it would seem. Oh my. Yes, it does seem like the guns have helped you quite a lot. Yeah. That is a tough army, man. Ushabti with great bows. He's got a couple of blocks of infantry just to really slow you down. And then he's got all this gnarly shit, man. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. That's a toughie right there. Those bloody chariots and those bloody Necro Knights are so good. And then we have the Skaven. I love Skaven. And I love that this guy's brought 3 big units of infantry, but Skaven are so shit. I feel bad, man. But they just haven't got the numbers. Yeah. I mean, at least he's got some Storm Vermin. They might put up a bit of a fight. Yeah. It's crazy. I love your color scheme, by the way, man. It looks so good. Nice. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Dude, that looks really, really good, man. Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for this pictures in, and thank you for letting me live my old world life vicariously through you, because I haven't got any more old world tournaments before the end of the year, and I'm jonesing for one. I'm jonesing for more old world games, bro. So nice. I also want to say a big thank you to Coded Snake. Coded Snake, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Aqullions are fine, boys. Make them 55 points and battle line. Crush the foolish melee nerds. Make 10-man squads. 55 points. Make them battle line. Yes. Yes. I hope that there is a sound attachment that comes with the codex. With a Tempestus attachment that comes with the codex. And I hope said Tempestus attachment makes all Tempestus infantry units battle line. Go on, GW. Do it. Fucking do it, you fucking pussies. Alright? I dare you, motherfucker. I double day. Oh, man. If they made Aqullions 55 points or Battle Line, it would be insane. Making them both Code Snake, I love it. I think it would. I don't think other people would love it. But in my completely biased opinion, I love it. All right, but shall we talk about Aqullions briefly and then look at an interview there's an interview on Garsman Hannon's channel with the best Guard player in the world. I'm presuming that's ranked by like ITC or something. And then we should look at some metadata. So, what the buggery is going on with Aqullions? So, over the weekend, it was either over the weekend or late last week. It must have been late last week, because I think I talked about this briefly when it happened on stream. There was an FAQ that came out. Now, this FAQ was not it was sort of not an official GW1. But at the same time, it's absolutely an official GW1. Okay? So, the problem is that this FAQ was for the world. It's like for I think it's the world championships. I think that might be the thing you have to get the golden ticket for, right? So it's an event that is run by Games Workshop, full blown by Games Workshop. Okay. And so this FAQ isn't, you won't find it on the Warhammer community page, but it's for one of the biggest events in the world, run by GW, and you can expect pretty much every tournament organizer worth their salt to basically adopt it, because it's probably going to come out as a official FAQ sooner rather than later. It might even, it's going to be affecting you. It's going to be affecting you, all right? So, what was this FAQ? Essentially, because a lot of people have been speculating about how to fix Aqullions. A lot of people saying they should be going up to 100, 110, 120. Some people said they should be even 130 points, put them on the same mark as Inceptors, the jumpy dudes, right? Well, the FAQ did not change any points. What the FAQ did is, in essence, remove the ability to do the 3-inch deep strike via the precision drop ability when you rapid ingress. So you can only do the 3-inch deep strike now in your movement phase. Now, obviously, rapid ingress is not your movement phase. It is the opponent's movement phase. So they still absolutely have the 3-inch deep strike. They just can't essentially charge cuckold people anymore. So why have they made this change? So they've made this change because there were some extremely level-headed people on the internet, specifically or especially on those bastions of common sense and rational thought, Reddit and Facebook, who declared that Aqullions single-handedly defeated any assault-based army. That you could not win a game as an assault army versus Aqullions. This is the likes, especially the likes of World Eaters, Chaos Demons, and to a certain extent Orcs as well. And there was a lot of chatter about how Aqullions were the best unit in the game right now, and that they were an absolutely insane unit, completely broken, and that they were going to single-handedly be responsible for the guard win rate going up to 60-70%. Now, this kind of chatter basically went on for a couple of weeks with anyone who tried to point out that Aqullions were very strong, but completely counterable. Because remember that the Aqullions deep strike in after you've moved. So if you, they rapid ingress after you've moved. So if you set your charge, they don't lengthen the charge to your original charge target. That's the first thing to mention. So if you're 6 inches away, the Aqullions don't suddenly make it so you're further away than from what you originally wanted to charge. And also bear in mind that if you are charge blocking someone, then you are probably out in the open, or at the very least targetable by the enemy. Outside of some very specific circumstances. And so if you had the ability to clear away screens, and the Aqullions couldn't really stop you because they were 10 toughness 3 bodies. Now, of course, the Aqullions do have the opportunity to pop smoke. So that could make them a 3-up save, -1 to hit. Which is tough. But that doesn't really help you against weapons that hit automatically and ignore cover, aka flamers. And it doesn't really help you against things like the grenade stratagem. And bear in mind, you might say, yeah, but that's forcing your opponent to spend a CP. True, but you popping smoke with rapid ingress has made you pop 2 CP. So best case scenario, you both sort of throwing CP into this whole thing, right? Now, I have maintained that this stands for a long time, that you could counter Aqullions, and that if you could not deal with 10 guardsmen, then the problem was your list had no way of dealing with screens. Yeah, no way. And that 10 Aqullions were the least of your worries, because if it wasn't Aqullions that were going to screen you out, it was going to be something else that would screen you out. And that Aqullions didn't suddenly fuck over your army. Your army was fucked from before Aqullions turned up. Because if I wasn't spending 90 points on Aqullions to screen, I'd be spending those 90 points on something else to screen. So that's the big thing, right? And it's not like, God, we're struggling for screening units anyway. It's one of the golden rules. Screen, screen, bloody fucking screen, right? Now, some people will disagree with my position on that. It's totally okay. Some people in this chat will disagree with my position on that. That's totally okay. Like, I'm not fucking font of all knowledge, okay? That's just my opinion, man. So GW nerfed them in that way and said, okay, you can't do that anymore. You can't rapid ingress and cuckold people. In a weird sort of way, I'm totally okay with the nerf. Because they were going to get nerfed. They were going to get nerfed. Again, they were a very, very strong unit. And if I had to pick between them nerfing the 3... If I had to pick between them raising the points, removing the 3-inch deep strike, or cuckolding, or removing the rapid ingress thing, out of all of those, I'd rather the rapid ingress thing went. Because for me, that was always situational. And I don't include units for their situationalness. I include units in my army who are going to be good in every game. So Aqullions being able to cuckold people on the charge happened maybe once a tournament. For you personally, unless you're just encountering assault army after assault army, which is unusual considering 10th edition is generally more of a shooty meta, especially on things like GW terrain, right? So you are once, maybe twice, going to encounter full-blown assault armies with no way of clearing out, no firepower that could clear screens. But But you were 5 out of 5 games going to encounter things like behind enemy lines, deploy teleporter homers, engage on all fronts, and many other secondaries that require you to score points. Maybe even just secure no man's land. Just bang, just drop down 3 inches away, grab that objective. Do you see what I mean? So they have nerfed the thing everyone was crying about, but truly they've not nerfed the strongest thing about Aqullions. Strongest thing about Aqullions was being able to just basically get any secondary points on demand. That's it. That's my opinion. And that's not the opinion of someone who's not used them. That's the opinion of someone who has used them extensively in a competitive environment. I've already used them in a tournament, guys. And I've used them in several practice games outside of that tournament. Alright? I've already used them. And I can tell you right now, I'm going to take Aqullions. I'm going to take one squad of Aqullions in every single list because it's worth it to have that one unit that can always guarantee you those secondary points. And if they don't get you secondary points, let's say you just don't draw the card, it's still great to have a unit that can sneak primary away from your opponent. Oh, there's Tennessee an objective. You're towing onto from behind a ruin. Well, I'm going to deny you 5 primary points because I'm just going to go bang 3 inches on the other side of it. Because objectives are 3 inches that way and 3 inches that way. So if you're on the tip that way, I'm 6 inches away from you. I can get on the objective with my whole squad. So I think Aqullions are still really, really good, but they were always good. They're not good at combat situations. There's loads of other targets. You think of, oh, deep striking and grenade people, it's fine. Often you'll have other targets you want to grenade anyway. You think, oh, but they can shoot that grenade launch. It hits on fucking fours, guys. They've got a bunch of las rifles, a fucking grenade launcher that hits on fours, and a fucking plasma gun. Like, it's really not. They don't do any damage. They do points, scoring points. And so they were always better at scoring points. They were shite in pretty much in most combat situations. Not all, most. And so the fact that they've got rid of the occasional situation where they could cuckold badly built assault armies, sorry. And they've kept the fact that they can score secondary points and deny opponent primary at leisure. I'd take that deal. You take that deal? I'd take that deal. Damn good. Damn good deal. Of all the changes they could have made, this is the one that appeases the vocal crybabies the most and actually affects guard players the least. It's going to affect you. There's going to be a game or two that pops up in you, man, where you're like, man, wish I could deep strike 3 inches away and fuck over those corn berserkers. But there's also going to be that's going to come up, 1 every 5 games. But every single game you're going to be like, so glad my opponent can't screen out this 3-inch deep strike. Bang, I'll deploy Locust. 5 points, please. Yeah. So that is my stance after having a few sleeps and processing it over the weekend. That's my stance on it. The Aqullion nerf, don't really care. Not in a horrible way, not in a flippant way, not in a, oh, look at me, I don't care about anything. Like, I don't really care because it doesn't really affect me. And Aqullions are still really cool, really good, and totally viable. There you go. So Aqullions, they still got 2 thumbs up. So don't be sad about the Aqullion nerf. It's fine. It's a nerf. It is a nerf. Not everything's perfect. If would it be best if we still had it? Fuck yeah, I'd love that. But if we're not gonna have it, fine. At least we still get to score the secondary points we want. All right. So I've got an ice cream here. What do you guys think about the Aqullion? Do you have a little poll? Any polls a goal? What do you guys think about the Aqullion nerf? Okay. It's a little melted, but it's okay. Okay. What do you think about the Aqullion nerf? Terrible. All right, there you go. Let's see what you guys think. Let's see what people come back. Rating on what are Aqullions? They're the new like Tempestus Scions that can deep strike 3 inches away. Mostly harms. Better than a points increase, true. Do that. Points increases are annoying because they make you have to like rewrite your whole fucking list. I've had a thought. A crazy mad time for another mad Mordian conspiracy theory. Mordian's mad conspiracy theories, right? I'll finish this ice cream then I'll tell you what it is. Oh. I needed that. I'm getting snacky. Okay. I've had a mad idea. Maybe it's a moment of clarity. So you know, at the beginning of 10th edition, GW basically moved everything over to power level. They called it points, but it was basically power level. Now, I've had a conspiracy theory for a long time that maybe they did that so that the app would work. Because last time GW made an app, it couldn't add anything up. And so they simplified it to make it easier for the app. What if that's not the reason why they made all the points? What if that's not the reason why they made power level basically standard? What if it was because whenever GW used to introduce points nerfs in the past, if it was anything less than like 100 points or something, what people would do is essentially, unless it was any more than 100 points, unless it was substantial, what people would do is they go, oh, I've had like a 50-point nerf. I guess I'll just take this like 20-man, this like 50-man conscript squad and drop it down to like 40-man. Or I guess I'll just drop like 5 orc boys or something for my army, right? And then basically it didn't actually change, it didn't impact the game enough because people could just drop a few models here and there and then basically keep on trucking. But if everything is on these fixed points values, if they increase the points, you can't just drop a few models, you've got to go out there and completely rewrite your fucking list. And that forces you to adapt and move on. And you might have to drop whole units. You have to drop whole units to accommodate the changes. Tinfoil hat moment, or maybe mad enough that it's just true. Kind of makes sense. it's the way GW used to nerf things. People would just like either people would just drop a few models and move on, or people would. The armies would be so nerfed that it didn't matter what you dropped, you'd be fucked and you have to rewrite things. Maybe there's something to it. Crazy! It's crazy! I have to see. I have to see. Right, shall we have a look at this interview? So, we're not going to look at the whole thing because it's like an hour long. We're going to dip in and out. We're going to dip in and out. All right. Let's have a look here. So, this is interviewing the new world's best guard player, Nassim Fuchain. Probably pronounced that incorrectly. I apologize. Gaz and Hannon. Okay, let's have a look here. I'm going to turn the background track off. So, I'll put a link to the channel and everything here.
Right, so here we are with Nassim. Very lucky to have one of the world's best players, who officially now is the third best player in the world according to ITC rankings.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and actually legit the best guard player in the world now.
Yeah.
Because Nassim recently went first at Coventry GT, second at the Oxford Super Major, fifth at LGT. So a very accomplished guard player. I'm very lucky to have him here in Bad Moon Cafe in London. A bit of the mecca of London.
The mecca 40k game.
Okay, so he's the #1 ranked guard player. Okay. Okay, what makes a good 40k player?
Maybe some people who work in certain professions, maybe data or, I don't know, an analyst or a programmer. Do you think there's anything in there, like just like a certain type of brain makeup? That's a bit deep, but you know.
Yeah, so I would like to say probably not.
Okay.
Because if you're too data focused and you're too ingrained on the data and what should happen, you need to remember it's still a game of it's a game of chance, and you're basically, because it's a dice game at the end of the day, and your whole plan when you're playing this game of chance is to mitigate the bad results. Like if you're hitting on 4s, you want to have some form of rerolls or hit better, like with guards, like only hit on 4s.
Okay, so I agree with that. I think there is a huge emphasis in certain parts of the Warhammer 40k community on statistics and data, and people being like, well, if you do X, Y, and Z, then that will definitely result in 1, 2, 3. And I've always maintained this this stance that experience beats numbers every single time in 40k, and the players that always get the most bent out of shape are the ones that when the dice go against them and they go, well, that just shouldn't have happened, you know, and then it's like they focus on the data. They focus on the dice not going their way rather than going, okay, well, that didn't go the way I wanted, so now how do I fucking adapt to that? Yeah, basically. At the end of the day, it's a dice game. Yeah. So experience will always beat Math Hammer. Math Hammer is inherently flawed because it doesn't take into account things like terrain. People will say, well, this unit can delete X amount of models from, X amount of Marines. And it's like, okay, but when do you ever face, it's like, yeah, this one unit can destroy like 23.7 Marines in a shooting phase. It's like, okay, but when the fuck are you ever going to draw line of sight to 23.7 fucking Marines? When are you ever going to draw, when was the time you faced the Marine army that had 23.7 intercessors in it, or their equivalent? You just don't. Okay. So it doesn't take into account things like just line of sight blocking terrain. It doesn't take into account any of that shit. Yeah. So I totally agree with that guy's stance here. A good 40k player. It's not what I don't know what makes a good 40k player, but I can tell you overly focusing on statistics, a Math Hammer is makes you a bad 40k player. Okay. Is Guard a high skill army?
There's whole.
But dude, I think it's, you know, and to make us all feel better, is Guard actually a high skill army?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what he says. I somewhat agree with him, but I'm gonna be curious to see what his stance is.
Well, there's. So yes and no. I'll take that back. Yes and no. I think currently in the meta game of how everything has shaped out, all armies require certain skill set and to be actually very good at them. I think Guard has has a higher floor compared to others because it's I guess a bit more forgiving in the fact that you get a lot of units. You still have very tough units like Borgren. But you have decent shooting. You've got I think with the addition of the Aqullions is what made it rise up. I think if you just scrap out the Aqullion data sheet, probably just as good as the other armies.
Got it.
It's just having that ability to now.
Okay, so he likes Aqullions. Fair
Guard
enough.
would get
Aqullions are
almost screened out the board with
Voice of
their deep strikes. Couldn't really score as many secondaries, but now you can do so with the Aqullions. So
Yeah,
you
secondary's
naturally
big.
score more points. So there's just a higher floor of it. I'd say there is an element of skill to play in the army.
Yeah.
To play in it very very well. But it's also got I'd say a higher floor compared to some of the other armies out there.
Yeah, because I've been playing my friend Alex who plays Stem.
My take on Guard is it's not that it's a high skill army, it's that it's a high experience army. You will lose a lot of games when you first start playing Guard, but it's not really a skill issue. It's more of an experience issue, because the more experience that you have, it's not necessarily that you get better, it's that you start building your army in a more combined arms sort of way. You start working out which units go well together. You start working out which the order in which you should fire things. And that's not necessarily being skillful, it's about being knowledgeable. That's the biggie. Like, I wouldn't say Guard is a high skill army. In many ways, we're a very blunt instrument. We march forward. We dump copious amounts of objective control onto objectives, and we blast people off the board. And we generally want to avoid assault unless we can basically bully other guardsmen equivalents in combat. The concept is fairly simple. Have big tanks, have lots of screening, have a bit of secondary points. Job done. But it's the knowledge which it's more of a high knowledge army. Yeah. That's what I would say. I think one of the biggest L10, one of the biggest advantages to Guard for new players is that the units have a quality of knowing what they do just by looking at them. Yeah, a little bit. Yes, I would say so. The problem with with Guard is I would say the problem with Guard in comparison to a lot of armies is that a lot of armies, the units just sort of look after themselves. What I mean by that is you don't need to have multiple units working in concert for units to be effective. So, like with Guard, a good example of this is, you might want to fire Creed first so that you can then get Fields of Fire off, and then you want to use like a Hellhound to strip away cover, and then you want to fire like your Exterminator, and then you want to start firing other units, and it's that sort of sequencing. Whereas if you've not got as many games under your belt, it's not about the skill, because you're still just pointing units and shooting at people, but it's about having that knowledge to be like, okay, I'm not just going to shoot with my Guardsman first. I'm not going to shoot with my Demolisher first. What I'm going to do is stack all these other things up first. Yeah. Whereas if you have, I use this as an example because it's just one that I know. But when I went over to Death Guard, I was amazed at how I could send a single squad of Plague Marines in a Rhino down a flank And that single squad of Plague Marines would just get shit done without like needing fire support from this unit and a stratagem from that unit. The single squad of Plague Marines go in there. I spend a stratagem on the Plague Marines themselves, not on another unit, which I then need to support the other units in my army, but just that I spend it on that unit, and then that unit does what I want it to do. So with Guard, all the units tend to have, not always, Guard, often units have to work together in the right sequence to get the same result. Whereas with, I would say, with a lot of other armies, it's just as skillful knowing like deployment and maneuvering and setting things up. It's still the same amount of skills involved, but with other armies, it's like that one unit will do that one job that you need it to do. And the guy is like, you need 2 other units to set up for that other unit to then start doing what you need it to do. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's look at 2 more points. 40k even more competitive. And what units do you wish could work? Okay.
David, is that do you see 40k getting even more competitive? And what I mean by that is, would you ever see like a way to make money out of the hobby? So, you know, esports. Do you think 40k will ever get there, like esports, or is it?
I think a slightly different way I thought
think
the
so.
question.
I mean, there's already strides in massive ways of doing it currently in the US with, I think of some of the pro tabletop guys and like Art of War trying to push it like in the National Tabletop League in the US. Like they're doing it like DreamHack, which is it's huge, right? It's so I think the way the game's going, I think it definitely. Probably in the next 5 odd years, it'll probably maybe not be the same popularity as like any sport like League of Legends or the Dota 2s out there, but it will definitely make good strides towards it. Because if you look at competitive 40k the way it is now compared to the way it was 5-6 years ago when I started, I can already see there's a massive difference.
Yeah.
Imagine how it's going to be in the next 5-6 years.
Yeah.
Competitive 40k, will it ever become an esport? Problem with 40k as an esport is that you have to watch the game for like a long time. Maybe I'm not appreciating it, but like a game of football or soccer in the Americans is 90 minutes. It's 90 minutes. It's 2 45-minute halves with a little bit of spare time and whatnot. But it's like, let's say it's like 2 hours all in. By the time you've sat down, you've had the break halfway through, and and you watch like a little bit of watch a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like it's a bit of overtime. It's probably about sitting down for 2 hours. But the game itself is like 90 minutes. A lot of time you can watch 45 minutes, go away, during the break, come back, put the kettle on, come back, watch 45 minutes. And a lot of sports are like that. So, but 40k competitively is double that amount of time. It's double that amount of time, and there are less opportunities for moments of spontaneous excitement. So what do I mean by that? In sport, let's use football / soccer again as an example. Ball can be kicked about, and then suddenly, bang! Oh my God, it's gone down there. He's running after it. Oh, he's got it round the defender. Boom! Boom back to the net. Oh, incredible! And it has a moment of fucking excitement. And some of you are taking the piss out of golf, but golf is weirdly, it has moments of intense excitement. Like, you know, that dude just fucking uses that golf bat and, you know, twats that ping pong ball. I'm using wrong words on purpose to annoy the shit out of people. But, you know, he fucking flies it down. He gets, oh shit, man, he got it like that close to the fucking hole. And then he goes up to it and he gets a little putter out and like, whoa, bing. And then it goes up and he misses it. Oh my God. You know, and it's like a moment of, there's a lot of boring shit in it, but there's moments of like super excitement. I feel like 40K lacks that somewhat because of the
for duty, sir.
I go sort of you go element of the game. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But maybe I'm wrong because, you know, someone could roll those dice and completely fuck the dice roll up and you could be like, oh my God. So maybe I'm completely wrong. But it feels like, because you have to basically watch someone do their entire turn, it feels like less of a back and forth. It feels like there's less of a back and forth. I don't know. You know, when you play a game, when you watch like other esports like League of Legends or StarCraft, the reason why those things can be so unbelievably exciting is because A, they're short. Often they will last. I mean, I don't know about League of Legends, to be honest, but, you know, StarCraft games, you know, long ones, they rarely last an hour. If a StarCraft 2 is getting to fucking hour long, most of the fucking map's going to be mined out at that point. Do you know what I mean? It's get to an hour and a half long and people are just yeeting dregs into each other at that point, you know. So there's less of that excitement back and forth. But you do have the dice rolls that can make for it. But then in 40K, there's all these re-rolls. It's like, okay, he's put the dice roll up, but he's re-rolled it. Oh, he got what he wanted again. See what I mean? Yeah. But I think it will get there. I think it will get there, but it might be a little bit different. It's going to look, I think it's going to look different to how I don't know if this is right or wrong. I'm going to make a hot take right now. A hot take. But truly, I think 40K is a great game, but I think, I don't know. I don't even know. I'm going to cover this for saying I don't even know if I believe this. But I'm throwing it out there as a very hot take that could be completely wrong. And if you disagree with me and convince me otherwise, I won't even be surprised. I think that not necessarily the game, but systems like bolt action and old world would make for a better T-sport than 40K. A better esport than 40K. They are much faster paced and there is much greater opportunities for incredible heights, terrible lows, and for moments of spontaneous and intense excitement. I think the reason bolt action has that is because of the dice bag mechanic. You know, having, you know, the dice bag mechanic, okay, now John Smith really needs the next dice. If he gets that, he could do a snap to and could change the face of this game. Oh my God. Jane Doe got the dice. That is not ideal. And she's moving forward. But he's triggered. His ambush! Oh my god, the MG42 that was on ambush is now firing. And he has cut down 3 of those US Rangers that is going to, and he's put a pin on them that is going to completely neuter the firepower of those German Grenadiers. John, what are your thoughts on that? Well, it has completely changed the game. I agree. We've now got Stitzel Nats coming in. The first dice poll has fallen 78% in the favor of John Smith. That has given him an advantage, but it has come around at a key moment for the US, and that is going to be that could turn this whole thing around. I'm going to interrupt you there, Steve. It's another dice for the Americans. They are on a roll, and she is snapping too. You see what I mean? It just feels like there's a little bit more of that because of the random. It's the randomness. Yeah. It's the randomness, and the games are much quicker. Yeah, I think Old World has it because Old World is just wacky as fuck. Oh my god, the rattling gun has exploded. To nobody's surprise, the screaming bell has fled off the board. You see what I mean? Like, there's because there's no re-rolls involved, and there's chances for your units to like blow up. Like, oh, and that impetrator has been failed. Yeah. So it has been failed. So yeah, I think there's I think 40k in its. I think there are other games. I'm not saying they're perfect. Like I said, I don't fully agree with my statements there, but I hope that, and I think that 40k can be an intensely. I think 40k can be an intensely exciting game. It can be, but I don't know. I'm not saying it's the most exciting. Yeah. But 40k, I don't want to do 40k disservice. I have really enjoyed watching games of 40k and battle reports. Yeah. So, you know, I'm not, like I said, I'm only sort of 60 to 70% agreeing with myself at that point. Yeah. Monk Dog, tabletop is slow, but then so is 5-day test match cricket, and that has packed stadiums. True. So it's, I guess, maybe time isn't such a factor. Yeah. Yeah. Squidfist. Oh, wait, he's hiding behind another L-shaped building. And I guess 40k, and he has played the Overwatch stratagem. Like, yeah. And as people said, like, play on tabletop does a great job of exciting things up. But that's not live. That's not live. That's the problem, right? By the way, I'm putting a link to that Garsman Hannon interview, guys, if you want to watch the full thing. We only watched a little bit of it. Very interesting stuff, though. Very interesting bits. Okay. I want to say a big thank you to Nigel Thornberry! Nigel Thornberry, thank you for the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade. Thank you very much for the Baneblade super chat, sir. Very kind, very generous. It took literally all weekend, but I finally magnetized my Baneblade. Very stressful, as it was my first big magnet project, but it's all worked out great, primed and ready. When complete, I shall bless you with pictures. 07. Nigel Thornberry, thank you for the very generous super chat, and well done on smashing it. Absolutely smashing it with the fucking Baneblade, man. That is cool. That is cool as fuck, mate. Loving it, dude. Loving it. I'm really excited to see the pictures now. I'm really excited to see the pictures, bro. Holy shit. Oh, man. I love a good Baneblade. I love a good Baneblade. Like, I can't tell you how much I just love a good Baneblade. I think the Baneblade might be my all-time favorite vehicle in all of Warhammer, because it's, I mean, when I say Baneblade, I mean all of the guard, like super heavies, right? It's just a giant fuck off tank. And there's just something inherently cool about a giant fuck off tank. It just is. You don't need, it doesn't need to be explained why it's cool. It's just cool. Yeah. It does bring all the guard to the yard. It does, Richard Baker. It does. Well, I've heard double Baneblade will do that. You know, I've heard double Baneblade. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, so let's see what the poll is saying. Any polls a goal? So, 104 votes. Pretty meaningful amount of data there. 74% of you said it was fine. That the Aqullion nerf, not great, not terrible, fine. 10% of people said it was terrible, and 15% of people said that they liked it. So the vast majority of players are like, that they're not happy with it, but they don't care about it. It's not going to affect. They're not going to be. They're not going to care too much about it. It's fine, right? Yeah. Nate S94, what was the nerf? Sorry. You can't use the 3-inch deep strike ability with rapid ingress now. So you can only use precision drop, which is a 3-inch deep strike, in your movement phase. So you can't charge cuckold people anymore, but you can still 3-inch drop in your turn and get all the secondary points that you want. So, okay. And I thought, I mean, they're still good, right? Exactly, they're still good. They're still good. Let's have a look. Captain Krakenash. This could be game over for Matt. That was a ballsy move, throwing his monolith back there in the corner. Yup. There he goes, moving Fugan to finish it off. And once that is gone, John can just move through and clear the remaining Necrons. And, oh my god, Matt just rolled boxcars on his saves. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I get, 40k. I just think 40k needs a bit more back and forth. I know this is where all the old the one-page rules people are like, I know. I do really think if you took 40k and dice bag mechanicked it, literally keep all the rules, but just literally have the dice bag mechanic of bot action, it would be great. Godlike for, oh my god, it's Creed. It's Creed with a steel chair, and she's raising hell. It's Creed with a steel lunch tray. She got that from the cafeteria that she works in. Now Thornberry, alternating activations. Listen al Gaib! Listen al Gaib! Listen al Squiddy. Oh man, I'm so excited for Wednesday's stream, boys. I can't wait to continue that. I've had to resist the urge to do I've had to resist the urge to do every stream as a Stellaris stream since that last Wednesday, man. Fucking hell. Trooper 2012. Watch out, it's a king tiger off the top rope. Oh man. Oh. Do you know what? I mean, Conflict 47 gonna be sci-fi with a dice bag. I'm very excited. I can't wait for it to come around, boys. It's coming. It's coming. All right. So, shall we jag now or jag later? Shall we? Ooh, I've missed something. Oh! Third time that he's lambasted me. I miss Mayo Nation. Mayo Nation 88, lambast me, sir. Lambast me. Thank you for the 6-month resub, baby. Thank you, bro. Got my 1k army basically done for 9th games this weekend. Also, volunteer for the Legion, conscripted for the regulars. Don't know what I'm doing. So, Mayo Nation, are you going back and playing some 9th edition? Nice. Nice.
Infantry,
cool.
sir.
Good for you.
That's very cool.
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
So many people are going back and playing old editions, man. So many people. It's crazy. Crazy, I tell you. But it's yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing a 3rd edition bolt action. A 3rd edition 40k report soon, guys. It's going to be good. Maybe even this week. Me and Simon, we're gonna play things by ear, but we might be doing it this week. Mayo Nation. Yeah, my friend group plays 9th. Fair enough. I am actually intensely jealous, Mayo Nation 88, because you still get to use the 9th edition Guard Codex, and I wish I could use that codex. Oh, man. I want to say next a big thank you to Mass Produce Me. Thank you for the 16-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Wife and I just played first game of 10th edition. The wife won. Nice. An officer and a gentleman. Excellent. Dude, thank you for the 60 months. And it's very, very cool that your missus will play some 40k with you, man. That's cool. It's first game ever. Nice. Nice. I might have to check to see if a Skinwalker hasn't, like, replaced my missus. Because the other day, she was like, I think I want to, she was like, do you want to, like, try some bot action at some point? And I was like, sorry, I haven't got enough blood left in my brain to process what you just said. I assure you, though, there's a lot of blood in another part of my body. Oh, man. Yeah, so maybe getting some Mrs. Mordian bolt action. Because Mrs. Mordian has played 40k. Counter-terrorists win. Mrs. Mordian has played 40k, and she was like, meh. And then she played about action, she was like, huh, pretty good. So yeah, she hasn't played 3rd edition yet, but we're gonna maybe try some out, which could be kind of cool. So there we go. We'll see. Might do like some beginner games. Might do some beginner games. Or just throw in, here's 1250 points as Soviets. Good luck. Yeah, you guys do die on 3s. Yeah, you got shitloads of them. Do a video with you coaching at a tournament. I will spend like 6 months getting, it wouldn't take that long. I'd spend a month crash course getting Mrs. Mordian ready for a tournament, and then I'd throw her in. I'd be like, off you go. Good luck. And then we'd get paired into each other, like, first round. And I would destroy her! No mercy! Welcome to the real world, jackass! Happy birthday to the ground! Oh. Then you could confirm that I am actually a nightmare to play at tournaments, and that I've just been lying to you all, and that actually there is no etiquette. The only etiquette is written by the victors. Oh, man. Yeah. Rocky style montage shorts of her training. Yeah. Like lifting up like big boxes of like metal bot action models, like oh man, what would she play? Probably something weird. Canadians? Dunno. I'll go and ask her. Find out. Let's find out. She'll probably say I don't know, but we'll see. Alright, I got the answer. I got the answer. Okay. So, I'm going to reveal Mrs. Mordian's answer via the medium of song. Not the right version. This one. There you go. That was Mrs. Mordian's honest answer. If you know, you know. Oh. There you go. She said Germany, by the way. So there you go. Mrs. Mordian is now officially based. There you are. Mrs. Mordian is now... I now do not need to worry about Midwinter Minis stealing my missus. It's confirmed. There we are. All right. So... Midwinter Minis is going to do a video about it now. I love it, Russell W. Oh, man. All right. So, shall we... talk data? I don't mean to alarm you, but I think it is time. It is time. Is it done, Yori? No, come on. It's only begun. Time to look at the data. Oh my god, the most exciting part of any Warhammer stream. Numbers. This is actually a somewhat important week because there are quite a lot of players. 887 is the top end of normal, bottom end of busy. So there's a lot of people. It also means that there were in total 15 events. And there were 4,784 games of Warhammer played. Let us start at the bottom. It's a bit of a weird bottom, because the bottom faction has 42%, which isn't low. Like, low. I mean, earlier in this edition, if Guard had 42% win rate, we would have been middle of the pack. But this late stage, 18 months into 10th edition, it is the Adeptus Custodes! Yes! Or should I say no? Seems like the armor was made out of fool's gold. 24 players is low. Very low for the Custodes. I mean, just scroll up a little bit here. I'm going for a leap here, boys. I'm going for a fucking leap. Okay, it's not bad. But, to put this in perspective, there were more Gene Stealer Cult players. I don't think anyone could have predicted that. What is the problem with the Custodes? Why are the player numbers low? Why is the win rate not moving? They're just boring. That's it. The Rainbow Card effects. They're boring. I'm fucking... Do you want to know how boring Custodes are? I'm fucking bored of talking about how fucking boring they are. Alright? That's how boring they are. The subject of them being boring has now, in of itself, become boring. That is a new low. That's a new low. Okay. Why are... So, why are custodies boring? It's really, 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 really simple. Okay, they haven't changed in 18 months. In 18 months, 18 months ago, custodies players were taking wardens, custodian guard, putting characters in them. 18 months later, they're taking wardens, custodian guard, putting characters in them. There's no new playstyle. There's no new interesting things. The meta for them has not shifted. It has not gone up. It has not gone down. It's not gone left. It's not gone right. It's not spanning fucking circles. It's just sat there like an amorphous blob. You could... The Custodies meta is like a piece of chewing gum that has fallen onto the street and has been trampled into the concrete. Technically, it is present. It is present. It exists. Okay? But it is so utterly flat that no one wants to do it. No one wants to eat it. Okay? That's it. It exists, but it is just, that's all it is. That's all custodians do. They exist. Are they bad? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I always struggle against them. I have found they can be incredibly durable. They are still phenomenal combat threats. They are not great by any standards of imagination, but 42%, like I said, is not a bad win rate. Custodians are down here because they are proof. They are proof beyond any shadow of a doubt that when the community, when the community has to pick between stability or flux, people would rather have interesting flux than boring stability. That's it. So custodians are bottom. The win rate, I don't even care about. It's the number of players, which is, for me, I've always put more importance on the number of players for custodians. Not for every faction, but number of players for custodians. Because there was a time, and you guys might find this incredible to believe, especially if you're new to 40k. But there was a time when custodians were the most played faction week in, week out. And their win rate wasn't amazing. Their win rate hovered between sort of 45, around 45%. Or, they never sort of broke high 50s, even low 50s. Often they were just mid 40s to high 40s. Okay. Sometimes they were a bit lower, but they had so many players. And the reason so many players is because they had so much, they had a lot of different varieties of play style. Some were more powerful than others. I faced custodians armies that were like in 8th edition, that were like all bikes all the way. I faced custodians armies in 9th edition, which were pretty bike heavy, and then they moved over to being you'd face guys spamming big dreadnoughts, little dreadnoughts. Some guys would use infantry, some guys would use the hover tanks. There's a bit of everything. And now there's just not. There is the weird like paste from the Matrix that they all eat, and that's basically what the custodians is. So long story short, they're not bad. A 42% win rate is not bad, but they are boring as fuck. And they're at the bottom this week because of their win rate. But I don't expect them to stay down here. But I do expect the player numbers to basically stay what they are now. I wouldn't expect them, without a major overhaul, custodians aren't going to get common again. Can I say that? I don't want to upset anyone. This is going to sound really bad. But I have to admit something. I have to. Ever since Custodes stopped being a common faction in my local meta, I have enjoyed games of 40k more. I've enjoyed tournaments more. This is a very much personal opinion. But I find playing into Custodes, no matter the edition, an incredibly grindy affair. And it's not grindy. There's two kinds of grindy in 40k. There is grindy where you've got two horde armies that kind of grind into each other. And it's like things are dying on both sides. But it's a very grindy battle, but that's cool because it feels like a battle of attrition. And then there's the bad kind of grindy where you shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and kill like two guys, and it feels like you roll a lot of dice for not a lot to happen. So I truly from an objective standpoint sympathize with my Custodes brethren. And I wish for them to have much more interesting shit going their way. But Custodes have always been one of my bottom two factions to play against purely from an enjoyment perspective. I suspect Custodes are a little bit like Tau. They feel great to use and they're a ball ache to play into.
Reporting for duty, sir.
That's my take. Next up, we have got Imperial Agents. Amazingly, there's 5 people that brought them. And they did okay. So it's a small data set. And Deathwatch Guy won a game. Look at him go, that brave, beautiful son of a bitch. I think last week he was 0-5. He got fucking filled in. He got passed around the competitive barracks. But this time he won a game. Guys, he did it. He fucking did it, lads. He took the 40 fucking won. So good on him. We now have Deathwatch Guy. We had Imperial Fist Guy. We had Stormlance Guy. Now we have Deathwatch Guy. On the other hand, though, Imperialis Fleet actually doesn't look too bad. So it's hard to say, right, with such a small sample size. But 48% win rate this week against an average over the last few weeks of 43%. Look, both, whether it's 48 or 43, both of those results are fine. Fine. It might sound insane, but I think Imperial Agents, specifically inside Imperialis Fleet, is a viable faction. I'm gonna have to take these motherfuckers to a tournament, aren't I? I don't know what's in it. I'd love to know what's in it. But well done to the agents, guys. Deathwatch Guy, just keep trying. Just keep trying. Just keep representing. Other agents players, what is your secret? Unveil your secrets to me. Here's an interesting one. Dark Angels. In the bottom 3. Not something I would expect. Specifically, Gladius. So there were slightly less Dark Angels players this week. The vast majority of them were still bumbling around in Gladius. But it seems like the Dark Angel honeymoon period is over. Perhaps those nerfs to things like Death Doing Knights were more impactful than we gave credit for. It could be an off week. After all, the average for Gladius is 46%. And they still had 3 players who went 4-1. But no one, in a busy weekend, no one won a tournament. Player numbers are down a little bit. And the vast majority of people still winning Gladius, and it hasn't paid off. I'm going to put Dark Angels on watch. If they have another bad... They had a wobble last week. Not bad, but like a little wobble. Like a little stagnation last week. This week, they're down bad. If they're not recovering significantly next week, I think we can say that the age of the Dark Angels is over. Where all those Space Marine players go next and what they do with all those Deathwing Knights they just built and bought, not sure. One thing to note though is it's important not to overinflate the win rates or over worry about what the win rates mean. When all 3 of the bottom factions have got 42% win rate, with that basically representing like 42.1%, 42.2%, 42.4%, essentially what it is. Or that might be 41.8. They're all basically within a percentage point of each other. So it's important not to overemphasize that suddenly Dark Angels are dog shit, utterly trash. 42%, like I said, not a bad win rate. It's just, it seems like a lot of the percentages are coming together. Really coming together. Really close. Drukari. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Somebody explain it to me. Seriously, no, I'm not even joking. What the hell is going on? Why is Real Space Raiders suddenly good again? I don't get it. Sky Splinter Assault. So last week I said it might have been a blip for Dark Elder. I think 2 weeks ago I said it might have been a blip for Dark Elder. I'm no longer saying it's a blip. I'm saying the Dark Elder meta is about to radically undergo a shift. Because we have got Sky Splinter Assault at 37%. We have got Real Space Raiders with more at 62%, with more players going 4-1, despite the fact that they had less than half. Like, Sky Splinter Assault has completely fallen off a cliff. We saw 2 weeks ago, One Mad Bastard went really, really well. Did really, really well with Real Space Raiders. The week after, we saw 2 people do really well with Real Space Raiders. And now we are seeing more people jumping back over to it. And we are seeing great results. Sky Splinter Assault is out. I don't know why. Maybe it's just points. Maybe it's simple points changes. But because I don't think there's been any rules updates. But Sky Splinter Assault is out. Real Space Raiders is back in. The big question is it just a simple detachment change? Or is there something fundamentally changing about these lists? Because it used to be that Real Space Raiders was how many Dark Lancers can you cram into an army? And then Sky Splinter Assault was all about little boats that you jumped in and out of. Which was a very, very different play style. So are we back on the Darkland spam? Or has something else been unlocked for Real Space Raiders? I don't know. Chat, I don't know. Anyone in chat right now that has any insight into what the fuck Dark Elder is up to, I would be very appreciative. Because there's not a lot of them in my area, so it'll be a while before I encounter it. Share your insights, boys. Eldari doesn't really need the Eldari. Eldar doing Eldar things, but there's a little bit to it. So the Eldar win rate hasn't shifted all that much, right? 44% versus 47%. If anything, it's slightly down, but we don't worry too much about a 2 or 3% wobble. It could be at 47% again next week, do you know what I mean? So 44%, slight wobble down. Only one player going 4-1, but what has caught my eye is this number. 32 players. Definite increase. Definitely. We've seen, ever since the great Eldar sort of purge and nerf that we saw at the beginning of 10th edition, we've seen their player numbers go down sort of steady, sort of 20 to 25. Sometimes they'd spike a bit, sometimes they never really plummet, but sometimes they spike a little bit. 32 players is a little higher. But we're not seeing a lot of 4-1s. If I was to make a guess, I think we're seeing a lot of people jumping back on the Eldar, but they're not winning lots of games with them yet. They're not, you know, if you have a lot of new players that jump onto a faction or returning players that jump onto the faction again after 6 months, you're going to see your win rate go down a bit because they're going to lose a lot of games before they get back into the stride of things. So we see that with Guard all the time, right? So my suspicion with Eldar is a few people jumping back on, bringing the win rate down a little bit, but they're still essentially a 3-2 faction. Eldar have definitely fallen off a little bit though. Like they were a solid 4-1 faction. Now it feels like they're a solid 3-2 faction. This is the best in terms of balance. This is the best Eldar I've been in a long time. I suppose we're all waiting with bated breath. See what happens with the Eldar Codex early 2025. Historically, it'll break the game. There's 2 precedents for it breaking the game. Okay. First precedent for it breaking the game is the Eldar Codex. Statistically, the data is out there. I believe Goonhammer did an article on this, but statistically, the Eldar Codex has been historically pushed. Like they've, more often than not, they have received a codex which has been significantly more powerful than their peers. The other thing that I think will mean it will be broken, and this is cynical me speaking, is that by the time the Eldar Codex comes out, we are going to be ending, I suspect, getting towards the end of year 2 of 10th edition PK. And it is around this time when GW goes bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. It's around the time when they basically go, fuck it. There's only 12 months left of an edition. We need to keep the hype train rolling. We need to keep the excitement levels high. We don't have to worry about the consequences of this long term because we're gonna reset everything with the next edition. So I think what will happen is Eldar will come out. The game will go absolutely wacky. They'll continue to release more broken shit. And then, which will constantly get patched, but it's gonna be broken codex patch, broken codex patch, broken codex patch, broken. And then 11th edition will be announced, and there will be 14 months from now, 11th edition will be announced. Let's say 18 months from now. 18 months from now, 11th edition will be announced. And GW will start releasing things on Warhammer Community. And those articles will say, we have streamlined the game. We've unbloated it. Simplified it. Heard your complaints. And we are going to be addressing balance and bringing things. We're going to be resetting things back to the way that the people want. That's what it'll be. I'm telling you right now. 18 to 24 months from now, we will be reading Warhammer Community articles about 11th edition, where they talk about removing bloat from the game and streamlining and talking about like making sure the game is balanced and fun for everyone. Yeah, that's what it'll be. But they have to break the game for those articles to make sense. I told you it was a very cynical opinion. I told you it was a very cynical opinion. Because everyone gets really excited when an edition is announced. Everyone plays the shit out of the edition for 12 to 18 months. Everyone gets a little burned out of the edition 18 to 24 months. And then for the last year, GW needs to keep the drama train going, keep people's interest. And then they need the edition to promise to solve lots of problems to give people hope. But that's just like my opinion, man. Will Eldar be that codex? History says it will. History says it will. KG Snyder, from a new perspective, why does the community keep accepting all these changes every 18 months? Because there are two universal truths of Warhammer 40k. Warhammer players hate change. The only thing that Warhammer players hate more than change is things not changing. That's the rules. It's not the rules of acquisition. The rules of tabletop games. Yeah, people hate change, but the only thing they hate more than change is things not changing enough. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? We've got Cosmic Drew! Cosmic Drew, my boy! Thank you very much for the super chat, my man! I'm almost done with my Space Marine chapter. Only 10 more models and 2 to 3 tanks and a Tech Marine. My first of my Flame Marines pictures are in Discord. Can't wait to start the new narrative campaign. Check the pictures in Discord. All right, man. Let's have a little Gandaroony, shall we? Let's fucking go for it. Oh, man. I missed these pictures from that Squidfist before. It was. I might go back and look at them. Hey! Good old Pyro Marines, man. Good old Pyro Marines. That's cool. Can't believe you've almost got... I can't believe how quickly you've painted them all up, Cosmic. Holy shit, man. They look really good. Yeah. They look solid, mate. I think a lot of the basing... The basing helps, but you know what really helps is I recognize the lore reflected in the models, right? So I recognize, obviously on the shoulder pads, we've got the Dreadgast symbol. But then I know this guy's the sergeant because he's got the black oil slick shoulder pad and stripe on his helmet. Because you told me that's what it was. And that is a great example of how lore can take models to another level. Like recognizing those little patterns, those little things, just adds so much more to an army. Yeah, I love that shit. That's cool as fuck. Everything will kill you, so choose something fun. The octopus. That's gonna be Cosmic. You better be ready for Wednesday, mate. You better be ready for Wednesday. It's going to be big. It's going to be biblical. Warning. This property is protected by a highly trained octopus. Not responsible for injury or possible death. Ah! Brilliant. I love it. Cosmic, mate. Thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Love the pictures. And I love the funny. I love the funny memes at the end as well there, man. Nice. All right. So, shall we get over to Chaos Knights? Listen on Squiddy! I love it. I love it. Chaos Knights. It's War Dog spam, boys. It just is. There's not much to write home about it. The prevailing meta for Chaos Knights is basically 12 to 14 War Dogs with typically a greater demon of some kind thrown in. So it's Rotigus is actually really interesting because he's basically just like really tough. It's like a Chaos Knight profile, but half the points. But I think I heard someone say there's like Kairos Fate Weaver had been thrown into like a competitive Chaos Knight army. But yeah, Chaos Knights it's War Dog spam. It's specifically it's War Dog Carnivores and War Dog Brigands and one War Dog Stalker. You'll find at least 5 of each War Dog, Carnivore and Brigands, and then 1 Stalker, and then maybe you'll see the full committal, and you start seeing 6 War Dogs Carnivore, 6 War Dog Brigands, 1 Stalker, or maybe you'll see the 5 and the 5 and the 1, and then you'll see a few demons allied in. But basically that's it. Chaos Knights are not a problem for a regular guard army. They're not a problem. Your tanks will beat their armigers every day of the week, and you'll have enough objective control to be able to deal with them. War Dog spam is a stat check, and guard don't really struggle with it. My advice, it is very popular though. As you can see, between Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights, we've got 52 players. That's a significant portion of the player base. My advice to all Imperial Guard players right now is any time that you can choose to take an anti-tank weapon on your units, you should always take the anti-tank weapon. Do not worry about flamers. Do not worry about autocannons. Do not worry about heavy bolters. If you can take an anti-tank choice, you should take an anti-tank choice. That means that on your Lehman Russes, your go-to sponsons should be Plasma or Melter. Plasma, longer range, but the high AP and the squadron is good. Main thing is you're wounding on 5s. Melter, obviously more damage, but bear in mind that the War Dog's Melt will outrange you. So, yeah, there's that. So you want you want las cannons, you want plasma or melt sponsons. Anytime you've got an infantry squad, that can take. If you've got like artillery squads, it should be las cannons. Anytime you've got like Krieg or anything, plasmas, melter. Yes, your go-to turrets should be like demolisher cannons. Vanquisher cannons are 50-50 because obviously they've got the invulnerable save. Battle cannons aren't bad, but you are going to need additional AP because they're only AP 1. So the War Dogs will be on 3 up. So you want to either have some form of ignoring cover or some way to boost your AP. Fields of 5 being a great one. I mean, getting them down to a 4 up is decent because they're typically on a 4 up invulnerable save anyway. Getting them down to a 5 up is better because that forces them onto their regular invuln if they haven't used rotate iron shields. Battle cannons are okay because of the amount of lethals they can generate for the battle tank. But it sounds crazy, but demolishers, tank commanders with demolishers are great. Probably a go-to. If you're not a fan of tank commanders, my advice would be vanquishers because they're cheap, or exterminators and regular battle cannons because of the exterminator's ability to reroll wounds. Means that even though you're winning on 5s, you have a chance to generate a lot of wounds. Also the fact that they improve AP. Also, and then you've got the fact that they will make your battle cannons better. So yeah, but honestly, cripple vanquisher, demolishers, anything strength 10 or higher is really what you want to be. Well, strength 11 or higher really, but strength 10 at a minimum Yeah. Long story short, take all the anti-tank you can because knights are very prevalent and very common in the meta. We had someone before tell us about the RTT they've been to where they faced the GT they've been to where they faced Chaos Knights 3 times in a row. They're very common at the moment. You need to be planning on how you are going to defeat that many War Dogs. Okay? That stands for Imperial Knights as well. Imperial Knights, you will see people taking big knights with Imperial Knights, but the general principle still stands. Take all of the anti-tank you can cram into your list. Imperial Knights actually won an event. This is not an uncommon theme anymore. Imperial Knights... Chaos Knights are the perennial 4-1 faction. Imperial Knights actually win events here and there. Mayo88, any idea why Chaos Knights are so common right now? 44% isn't that good. A couple of reasons. One, it's a very easy army to get your head around. You have 3 data sheets. 2, it is an army which, despite the 44% win rate, in the hands of a decent player, is almost guaranteed to have a 2-3, 3-2 win rate. Almost guaranteed. You're not going to go away. You're never going to go home completely whitewashed. Okay? And the third reason, and possibly the most important one, it is ridiculously cheap. Not if you buy them from GW, obviously. But you can get 3D printed or recasted knights for fuck all. And I mean fuck all. Okay, like I mean really fuck all. Okay, I'm not one to use recasters myself. I don't care. I just have a 3D printer. If you want to recast, I don't give a shit. I don't endorse it. I don't give a shit. But I know people who have 14 War Dogs, all from Forgery World, and if it cost them £100. I'd be surprised. Maybe 150. If it cost them £150, I would be surprised. Very, very surprised. Between the 3D printers and the Forgery World, they're so unbelievably cheap. Like just on another level. Like I bet I could. I'll see if I can do it now. Okay, let's have a look. Chaos Knights, War Dog STL. Found it. Oh yeah, there you go. There's one. Okay, so STL, 4 War Dogs, all options, tenner. And make no mistake, I'm not going to show this off because I don't want to get the designer of this in trouble. Make no mistake, it looks like a fucking War Dog, okay? It's not some janky ass counts as design. It looks like a fucking War Dog, okay? And you could download that and you could print that for fuck all. It is the Bane Blade! Fuck all, man. That's one. That took me... That's what took me less than a minute to find? That took me less than a minute to find. And what's crazy is you can download... It doesn't include the base. But you can download on in the same search. You can download a custom 100mm base for War Dogs. So you can just download the base. You can print the whole thing. Like, it's fuck all. It's actually fuck all. And it took literally no time to find it. And these aren't even, like I said, it's not even weird. Oh, it's technically a War Dog, but actually it's this bespoke design. No, it's a fucking War Dog, man. Yeah, you could just buy it. Yeah, I wouldn't. You're right. You would just buy the bases. But the point is, you buy that STL for a tenner. I mean, I don't know. I've never printed anything like that. But, you know, 3D printers... 3D printing experts in the chat right now, please tell me, how much do you think it would cost to print a War Dog size model? I'm guessing at best like a $5. So you buy the STL for a tenner. 2 bottles of resin later. If you buy the good stuff, it'll cost you 35 quid a bottle. But you could go cheaper. You could go 20 to 25 pounds for a bottle of resin if you wanted to. And we're talking between... You're talking, if you did that... Remind how big War Dogs are. That big. Same size as Ghost Keel, maybe. Maybe same size as a Riptide. You want reference? There's a Panzer IV. Okay, it's not as big as a Knight though. I think not. Yeah. Oh, dude, less than a $5. Yeah, there you go. Let's say $5 for resin. Let's say $5 all in for resin and like electricity and fucking, I don't know, bits for like washing and shit, or maybe you have a few mistakes along the way. Let's say $5 worst case scenario. And you could probably print, if you were smart with the placement, you could probably, it's 10 centimeters tall. Okay. Well, you could probably print the army off 2 bottles of resin. I mean, I printed an entire fucking Empire army for like, I printed an entire fucking Empire army for like 3 bottles of resin. That was like 300 infantry models. Yeah. So that's why War Dogs are so common, because they're just, you can print 2 at once. Exactly. Serie 8 on the nose. You can print 2 at once. Bear in mind, let me take you through how quick that would be. Go down, you know, pour, you know, you could heat the resin up in your house. It's just put it on a radiator. Well, maybe this is bad advice. You wouldn't want to heat it up to the point where it would be, you know, potentially dangerous, but you would have a bottle of resin in your house in a slightly warm place. Go to your 3D printer, if it's in your shed or in your garage or something. Pour the resin in, stir it, press the button, go to work, come back, 2 War Dogs are out, scrape them off. Probably have enough resin still in there for another batch. Off it goes. You come next morning. In the morning, you literally you top the resin up again, stir it. You could print 4 War Dogs a day. Print a War Dog army in 3 to 4 days. Let's say you get distracted at some point in a week, and then you paint them. Well, I'm telling you now, with an airbrush, it takes you a week to paint a War Dog army. Just airbrush, 2 shoulder pads. You'd literally be like, shoulder pads 1 color, armor panels 1 color, body silver, tips of guns gold. Bosh. Dry brush anything. Dry brush some other bits silver if you needed to. Yeah, that's why War Dogs are ridiculously common. Ridiculously common. I mean, fuck it. Like, you could buy them from GW if you wanted to. Yeah, so we had airbrush can of gunmetal from Vallejo and you're 50% done. Yeah, exactly, 100%. I'm downloading a War Dog STR right now. Tell you how much it costs. That dude, I appreciate it, Woodham. Appreciate it. Okay, we've got but the thing is, even if you bought it new from GW, they're about £50 for 2 of them. So if you need 7 boxes, it's £350. Now, I don't mean to alarm you, but that is, by Warhammer standards, ridiculously cheap. I mean, you will spend a lot more than that. That's new. Fuck it, right? I'm doing one more thing on this whole night thing, right? One more thing, okay? I'm going to go to Element Games. If anyone wants War Dogs Army, let's look at it. Have a look. Let's go to Element Games. Games Workshop. Chaos Knights. Chaos Imperial Knights. How much are War Dogs? They're £48. So 50. Well, that's Knight Armigers. I wonder if it makes any difference. No. So £49. So yeah, they were £42.50 when they first came out. Over the course of like 3 or 4 years, they've gone up to £57.50. So you go to Element Games, you could buy 7 boxes. If you even needed all 7, you might not even need all 7, but if you bought 7 boxes of them, okay, so that's 48.86 times 7, £342, and you could get money off that if you had any store credit built up with Element. Like I said, it's 350 quid. It's a 400 quid army, including painting supplies. It's way cheaper than a lot of other armies, and that's new from GW. And why you would buy them new from GW, I don't fucking know. Like I said, you can get them from recast as piece of piss, but yeah, there you are. Right, I've got to go super chats going in here. One of them is very generous. I don't want to fuck around with it too much. But that is why War Dogs are very, very common, because you can print them and you can buy them for fuck all and you can build them. Piece of piss. In a month tops, you have a War Dog army. 2 weeks of concentrated effort, you've got a War Dog army. Yeah. Games Duke, I'm Glory. What would you say is the cheapest army apart from Knights? Probably Custodies. Probably. New in box from GW, probably Custodies. If you have access to a 3D printer, I would. You can 3D print anything. Not. Okay. Not 3D printed. Goes on the same, but maybe Guard. The reason why I say Guard is because Guard has a phenomenal secondhand market and phenomenal third-party options. You can buy, well, like I said, I worked out you could get a full Imperial Guard army. I did a video about it on this channel. Full Imperial Guard army for, I think it was about £250. As cheap as possible, you can get it for £190 because of things like War Games Atlantic. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know. But that very much takes into account the second-hand and third-party alternative market. Like, you don't get third-party alternative Space Marines as common, or AdMech as common. But again, we're not including 3D prints, because 3D prints completely change everything. It's the same price for every army with 3D printers. Yeah, Immortal Game. If you go second-hand, Space Marines are pretty cheap as well. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. So, I think Space Marines possibly, but Guard are ridiculously cheap if you go second-hand and third-party. Yeah. Yeah. But then maybe Knights as well. Hard to say. Yeah. At the moment the second-hand market comes in, it really depends on how popular a faction is. Yeah. Alright, I want to say a big thank you to Firstborn, Subcover Sneed! Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Elder will be top again. Suffer Meta, Suffer Monkey. You know what? Firstborn, Subcover Sneed. I hope they are. Nothing like crushing the pointy ears. But also, if Eldar does become meta again, I will be ready. I will be ready, my young Padawan. Also want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. My God, Lower Decks has just come in with the double bean blade. Yes. Yes, it is the double beam blade. Oh, I feel the degeneracy overtaking me. Lodex, thank you so much for the double bane blade. As we have had a double bane blade tonight, might fit in a cheeky giga chat at the end of the stream, man. That's the policy, right? There you go. Lodex, thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat, man. Sir, tending bar is going well. Apparently, I am more cheerful than the last couple of bartenders. I'm thinking of trying to cheer up these sign-up women with a themed bar night. Any tips on the theme? What kind of dancing should I try and lead with? I think you should have a karaoke night, man. I think that would go down a hoot. Come on, I had to say it. I had to say it, man. I had to say it. Fucking hell. Lower decks, man. Seriously, though. Thank you. Thank you for the very, very generous support, man. The double Bane Blades, sir. My Bane Blades bring all the boys to the yard. Damn right. Better than yours. I want to do the double Bane Blade dance, but I know it's really cringe. I'll resist the degeneracy. Slanesh is whispering in my ear. Lower deck, seriously, mate. Though, thank you. I know the double Bane Blade is it's super fucking generous, man. So let me take a moment, sir, and a moment of seriousness to raise my glass to you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for the amazing story that you've been doing with these super chats. And thank you, sir, doing your part to support the channel. You're a good lad, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. I missed the dance, Squid Fist. It's just, the problem is, Squid Fist, that when I do the double Bane Blade dance, the viewer count significantly drops. And I think that is because there's like at least a dozen people physically die of cringe when they see it. So, and you know, it got to the point where like, people were like paying me not to do it. So, I took the hint on that one. I took the hint on that one, man. So now when we get a double Bane Blades, I say we end the stream on a Giga Chad, but I wonder if I get a double Bane Blades, I should just do a quick Giga Chad, man. Even just like 10 reps, bang. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Every time we get a Bane Blade, do 10 reps. Every time we get a double Bane Blade, do 30 reps. That could be a good way of doing it. Slightly less cringe. And still a bit of a payoff. Go on, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I've got the weights right next to me there. Alright. I think that's the better way of doing it. Also, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I definitely need more excuses to do more exercise because I'm becoming a disgusting fat body. So I need to quoting Full Metal Jacket there before the body positive people come after me. So lower decks, my boy. By the way, I love the silent disco idea. Whoever suggested that, that's great. Lower decks, thank you so much, bro. Let's do 30. Let's do 30 reps. I think 30 is pretty reasonable. You get a bonus 10 reps. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Oh, give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, there we go. That's look. Maybe we should do it in 3 sets of 10 rather than the 20 and then the 10. But there we go. Lower decks. Thank you so much for support, buddy. Feel the bit. I definitely do feel the bit. I should take my jumper off. There's a little bit of like resistance there, but it's not. I suppose that's probably a good thing. Barbarian, where's the bloody music, lol? I mean, I could do. The thing is, I want it to be quick. I should have a little minute. Press a little button for like a minute Giga Chad. Nah, that could be better. Yeah. I'll work on it. Okay. I'll come with a little like, okay, it's time. Oh, do baby, time for the 30-second workout, baby. That kind of thing. Yeah. That could work quite nicely. There we go. But we're figuring it out. We're zoning in because we want to bring the Giga Chads back. We don't want the Giga Chads to completely overwrite and interrupt the stream, but we want there to be a payoff when someone does something like super generous. So having like a little minute thing or 30-second thing we can do. That's the way to balance it all out. I think. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Get your thoughts down because I'll keep an eye on them as they come in. Okay, so lower decks. Silent disco with an under the sea octopus theme. It could be, yes, a maritime silent disco. And all the different variations of the octopus song must feature at some point in it. But you can play other music as long as it's maritime. There you go. I tell you what pays off. Shirtless double pain blade dance. Great night one, you absolute degenerate. You absolute degenerate. Oh, there we go. Barbarian 1-8, of course, sir. Business first. It's not so much business. It's more like viewing experience, if that makes sense. Because I'm just fuck man, like I'm just grateful for any support that I get. I don't even really think in those terms. I just want to make sure that you guys are having fun when you're watching the stream. That's the biggie. All right. All right. I do want to like. Yeah. I was just thinking like how mad it used to be back in the old streams, man. Oh, yeah, absolutely mad. When we've got the battle bunker sorted out, battle bunker 2.0. So it's going to be Mordian Glory 3.0 is coming very soon. It is like there's a lot of things happening in the background, guys. I've got a lot of ideas where I'm thinking, lots of overhauls, lots of the next evolution. The next evolution. Mordian Glory 1.0 was when I first started doing things like the Mordian Glory beta is when I did gaming content, which was years ago, like a decade ago. Mordian Glory 1.0 is when I did it part-time, but talked about Warhammer. Mordian Glory 2.0 is when I went full-time 2 years ago. Mordian Glory 3.0 is going to be, we go from doing this out of a spare room to having a proper fucking setup. Like, I'm talking proper battle report setup. I'm talking proper streaming setup. I'm talking like, dare I say it? Professional. Not professional in terms of like attitude, but because that's just not my way. But professional in terms of presentation. That's Mordian Glory 3.0. Got great plans. Great plans. All happening soon. Soon TM. There we go. You thought about the battle bunker design? Yes. Yes, I have. I'm not saying anything yet. Okay, so where the fuck were we? Big thank you to Firstborn, Suck Open Sneed. Big thank you to the lower decks being an absolute giga chad. Shall we have a look at some more of that riveting data? Yes. So, World Eaters. The Eaters of Worlds. Well, so despite the fact that I was reliably informed by those Paragons of Virtue Reddit that World Eaters were utterly being destroyed and dominated by Imperial Guard lists featuring dozens of Aqullions, it turns out that that was all bollocks. Utterly bollocks. Because the win rate this week was 44% and the win rate on average is 45%. And before everyone goes, it's dropped by a percentage point. Come on, buddy. We all know that 1 to 2% fluctuations means fuck all. So World Eaters haven't changed a blip. Maybe it's because all the Aquillion spam was over. Maybe it's because Aquillion spam wasn't overpowered. Maybe it was more than likely it was because Aquillions hadn't really hit the. Hadn't really had chance to. We hadn't had a chance to see their impact. But maybe, just maybe, it was because World Eater players aren't going to GTs and playing guard 5 games in a row. Maybe it was that. Maybe that the perennial 4-on-1 faction was still going to be a 4-on-1 faction. And that one of their bad matchups being guard, because we already had good screening, was still going to be guard because we had good screening. But I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know. What the fuck do I know, right? What the fuck do I know? I don't know nothing. Apparently. World Eaters are fine. World Eaters are unchanged. The meta hasn't changed for them. Things have kind of changed around them, but it's like, are you taking Angron? Yes. Are you taking 8-bound? Yes. Okay, carry on. Data slate. No change for you, really. Thousand Suns. Now, if you want to see a faction... Oh. Ooh. You want to see a faction that's really fucking fallen off a cliff? You see, this is what I expected World Eaters to be. But it's not. It's Thousand Suns. Now, you might look at the Thousand Suns win rate and be like, 47%. That's good. A little below 49%, but 1 or 2% fluctuations. Okay. The problem with World Eaters is, oh my god, they've lost all the players. Remember, this is a busier week. This is a busier week. The fact that Thousand Suns have so significantly gone down in player numbers on a busy week shows you how many people have utterly jumped shipped from the faction. Now, I think Thousand Suns are actually still in an okay position. I think they drop 1 unit of cultists and carry on. But it's the perception around the faction which I suspect has done so much damage to their player numbers. Right now, there's a general consensus that Thousand Suns are dead because of how many points increases they got. That's the general perception. And if the general perception is like that, people will often go with the flow. So I think Thousand Suns player numbers will probably recover I fucking hope they recover. But this week was a bad, despite the win rate, this week was a bad week. Fuck all people doing 4-1. Fuck all people playing the faction. Bad shit, Maroki. And then we have Space Marines. Well, Welly Wellington. If you are a regular ass PB&J missionary position Space Marine player right now, you must feel pretty good about yourself. Because you didn't cash out and go and buy 15 Deathwing Knights and plug them into your army. You stuck with it. And you have been rewarded for doing so. 42 players. I mean, that is the first time in a long ass time I have seen regular Space Marines have significantly more players than Dark Angels. Oh, man. And the spread. There's a real decent spread on it as well. So it turned out that, you know, giving Space Marines all of those deep discounts, obviously not financially, guys, because GW, but giving Space Marines all those deep discounts on points, yeah, that far outweighed the jump pack assault intercessors going up slightly. Because it was only really Blood Angels that were using those anyway. Yeah, and Spaceballs. Spaceballs Blood Angels. But for all the other Blood Angel players, everything going down ridiculously seems to have really paid off. I mean, we're getting to the point now. When correct me if I'm wrong, when 8th edition launched, a Tactical Marine was 13 points per model, and you had to pay for all his war gear, right? Now, I'm not saying I'm not taking Tactical Marines, okay? But Intercessors were like 18 points a model and didn't come with any fucking war gear, or 20 points a model and didn't come with any fucking war gear. They did get 2 wounds, but they didn't get any fucking war gear, okay? Now you're paying, what, like 14, 15 points per Intercessor? Roughly? Like, that's a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. No one's paying for them. No one's taking... Okay, people are taking Intercessors. Taking like 2 5-man squads tends to be the thing, right? But it's not what you're building your whole list around. It's a good metric, right? It's an example. The point is that Marines are dirt cheap now. It's... This happens every fucking edition, man. It happens every fucking edition, man. Who hold your hand up if you're an 8th edition veteran or a 9th edition veteran, right? Hold your hands up. You don't one or the other, or both. You know, it's fine. Hold your hands up, boys. Every Twitch gang, YouTube gang, hold your hands up if you're an 8th edition or 9th edition veteran. Like every single and tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if you disagree with me. At every single point in the last 3 editions, okay, Space Marines have started off as one of the beginning factions. They start off strong and then they go weaker as more things come out, and then at some point in 8th and 9th and now 10th edition, GW just goes in with a fucking clearance fucking sticker on the points cost and just goes bang, 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 and just makes them dirt cheap. And they are dirt cheap. What would you... In a straight up fight, what do you think wins? With no order support. Okay? Apart from a commissar, if you really want it. 20 guardsmen or 10 space marine? Because you can get 10 space marine. You can get 10 fucking what is it like? Assault? Is it like assault into 75 points each? 10 assault intercessors will carve through 20 guardsmen without even trying. And yeah, I'll fucking give you 5 of those intercessors go down before they even get in. The remaining 5, you Oath of Moment that fucking guardsman unit. I gave, you know, like I said, half the intercessors go down. You'll get one shooting phase off with those guardsmen, because you gotta think about it, they're gonna jump out, shoot, and they're gonna charge. Then you know they're gonna get the charge. You're gonna get the move and charge off. You're talking like staging and stuff. You get one shooting phase. And then those assaulters are going to go in and they're going to have 20 attacks with 4 rolls to hit. They're going to hit with basically everything. Then they're going to wound, and the guards are going to have like 20 attacks. Let's say you get 18 hits. Let's say you get 12 wounds, and the guards can save 10 of them. 10 are dead. 10 are fucking dead. Okay? And now the guardsmen can't fall back. The guardsmen have to stick it out in combat. And guess what? The Marines get to strike first. So, my point, I'm not saying that's ever going to happen. The likely scenario is the assaulters go in, butcher 10 guardsmen, and then the guardsmen fall back and the assaulters get blown off the table. That's like, you know, what the likely scenario is. But we're looking at things in... But then you take into account points that the guard have got, you know, like in the back end and all this kind of stuff. So, you're just putting them in a fucking Thunderdome and having the 2 units go at each other. The fucking assault instances win every single time. That's why when you make Marines cheap, Marines are good. Like, Marine units aren't bad. They're what the game is fucking based on, man. And yeah, looking at things in isolation can be extremely misleading and disingenuous. I know, it's a terrible metric, and I hate Mathhammer. Okay? I hate Mathhammer, okay? But the point, and you could argue, but Mordian, you're looking at an assault unit versus a shooting unit. That's fair enough. Maybe we take 10 intercessors, we do the same test, right? Maybe you have 10 tactical Marines versus 10 guardsmen. 20 guardsmen. The point is, right? You know, there's all sorts of different metrics you could do. Okay, I get it. But the point is that Marines are fucking dirt cheap. And that has obviously had a really, really, really big impact, because they didn't get any fucking rules changes. They just got really cheap shit in the update. And look at the spread, man. Ironstorm Spearhead has made a comeback, and like Ironstorm has really made a comeback because like a couple of weeks ago it was doing good, and now it's won a fucking event. Someone won an event with Ironstorm Spearhead. What is this? 2023? We're back in 2023, boys. We've just regressed the meta 12 months. Oh, GW. What is old is new again. Yeah, what is this, man? Like, Ironstorm was one fucking event. Vanguard Spearhead has somehow become the most popular option. Gladius is whatever. Again, Firestorm, fuck it. People are trying anything, right? Bag streets back. All right. I love it. That's it. Ironstorm is back. And it's done great. Like, what did he win? Let's have a look at how big was it? Is there a quick summary here? No. I bet it would be big, you know. I mean, Blood Angel Ironstorm won something as well. So that's 2 Ironstorm wins. 1 for Blood Angels. It's getting bigger, guys. That is a 58-player event, 5 rounds US. You cannot... There's nothing wrong with that tournament. Big players, 5 rounds. Not the Australian meta. Sorry, Aussies, you guys do things a little bit different. Plenty of other decent factions showing their teeth in there. Like... Yeah. Ironstorm comeback story. It's the comeback story of the century. Ironstorm comeback story. Okay, we're going to do 2 more, and I'm going to get to Mini Dingbat, and the Rainbow Carnifex. So, Sister Battle. The mighty have fallen somewhat. 47% win rate against an average of 50%. Normally I don't care about 2 or 3% fluctuation, but when it's been 2 or 3% fluctuation every week for 3 weeks in a row, and it's always going down, then I start worrying about it. The player numbers are extremely good, and the vast majority of those players and all of the 4-on-1s are still coming from Brings of the Flame. But yeah, I think Sisters are maybe a little elite. They're very expensive now. I mean, money-wise, sure, but they're very expensive now. Is it too much of an exaggeration to say that it feels like Sisters are now more elite than Space Marines? I'm going off gut instinct here, guys. I could be wrong. I'm going off perception, but not fact. It feels like when I face Space Marines, I face more of them. It feels like when I face Sisters, it's like 20 infantry, bunch of little shitty 5-man squads split out across a bunch of transports, and the rest of it's other elite shit, man, like Paragon warsuits and stuff. Rainbow Carnifex, no, but with the meta builds, yeah. I feel like the meta builds, I feel like Sister meta is more elite than Marine meta now. That's, I don't know. I've always said that Sisters should be Horde Marines. But when I suggested this in last week's live stream, a lot of the Sister Battle players in this community came out and said, we used to have that and we complained about it, we didn't like it, we wanted to be more elite. So, fair enough. I always think it's better, even if it costs you more money, it's better to be a bit cheaper. Nah, not always. Admech take things too far. There's definitely a balance to it, but if you're a bit cheaper, you've got more redundancy and you've got more levers to pull. Yeah. Yeah. What I will say is, it looks like Sisters are trying things out. We've got 5 players in Hallowed Mar. I think this is the first time in a long time we've had all 4 Sisters detachments represented. Sure, only 2 people got dropped from their heads as children and picked Penitent Host. But 7 people with Army of Faith, 5 people with Hallowed Martyrs. A few weeks ago, this would have been 41 out of 42 people running Brings of the Flame, and 1 mad bastard running like Penitent Host or Army of the Faith. Yeah. Tyranids! Looking good. Looking good, Mr. Bug. 48% win rate. Very in line with their average of 47% win rate. And look at those player numbers. Ain't it a sight of beauty? Ain't it a thing of beauty? Ain't it a sight to behold? They're the right sayings. 46 bloody Tyranid players. Nature is healing. Nature's healing, boys. That just feels right. It feels right seeing that many NID players. You know, we were getting down there for a bit where we were looking at like 20, 24 NID players. And it just looked like it looks sad. You know, it just looks sad. But Tyranids, 46 players is decent. The win rate's stabilized. They're not winning huge amounts of tournaments, but decent, you know, amount of people going 4-1. That's cool. Tyranids seem like a solid sort of 3-2, 2-3 faction. Hey, that's a great position to be in. No one's going to complain about you if you're a solid 3-2, 2-3. You can sort of just cruise along. Crusher Stampede. I've been saying it week in, week out. It's the one to watch. And every single week, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Don't worry too much about Invasion Fleet as a guard player. You can handle it. Right? Crusher Stampede, on the other hand, got a lot of big bugs. I've seen Triple X or Cream Triple Twan effects. It was fucking scary, man. It was blowing away armies left, right, and centre. It went undefeated on RTT. I was at recently. Blown anything aside that it came at. So yeah, be aware of Crusher Stampede. It's fucking it's legit. I'm not even sure. Yeah, not even sure if he was running Crusher Stampede, but be aware. Okay, I don't even know if that particular list was in Crusher Stampede. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't remember. But Nidzilla, be aware of the big bug. Okay, how many factions do we have left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So about halfway through. Okay, so we've had a couple of super chats coming here. So I want to say a big thank you to Mini Dingbat. Mini Dingbat, thank you for your super chats. Opinion on the Malcador Defender and who uses it, as in which regiment. Ooh, okay, so the Malcador Defender can pretty much be pulled out for any regiment. It's considered a second or third line piece of equipment. So in an ideal scenario, the Departmentum Unitorum will always have enough Lehman Russes, whether Lehman Russes or local variants of the Lehman Russ, which it can just make sure that armored regiments are always fully stocked up with Lehman Russes. Sometimes there'll be older patterns like boxy turrets and like slab armor. Sometimes there'll be newer patterns with the more sleek turret with the sloped armor. But generally speaking, they'll always have enough Demon Russes. However, the Imperium has like vast stockpiles of machines. They have entire worlds, entire planets. Think of it like the size of Earth, and then like they have entire planets, entire moons, which are just storage yards, just armories. Like Vrax was a planet, but Vrax was an armory. Like it was an entire planet given over to being a fucking armory, right? So because of these giant stockpiles, the Imperium, even when it would ideally want to give everyone a Lehman Russ, will sometimes find itself in a position where it can't, for whatever reason, like get enough Lehman Russes to the front line. At this point, it will start dipping. At that point, it will start dipping into these armory worlds, some of which will have fresh equipment, but many of which will have stored second or third line equipment. And this is when things like Malcadors and Carnodons and that kind of stuff start really appearing. So any regiment can be assigned Malcadors, any of the older tanks, any regiment, Malcador Defender, any of them. But it only tends to happen in wars with a very high attrition or casualty rate. Now, one of the regiments, one of the conflicts in which the Malcador is eminently associated with is the Siege of Vrax. The Malcador Defender was extensively used by the Renegade Cardinals forces because Vrax was an armory world, but it was one of those armory worlds that was full of like older stored equipment. So that's why you found like all the militia units were like using like auto guns, whereas the Kriegers were using las guns. That's why the Kriegers were using like the Mars Alpha pattern Russ, but the defenders were the heretics were using the Malcadors.
Infantry.
Now, as the conflict went on, and the war went on for a long time, and more resources got pulled into it, you started seeing Krieg formations featuring Malcadors. So hence, if you look at some of the old, I don't know if the models are still on Forge World, but if you find some of the old pictures that make up like Forge World or Imperial Armory books, you'll see not only like a Malcador defender with like a Chaos Star on it, but you'll also see like other Malcadors with like a Krieger sticking out the top. And these weren't, I don't believe these were captured vehicles that were then repurposed for the Kriegers. These were like, okay, the Kriegers turned up with lots of like, you know, organs and Lehman Russ, Mars Alpha patterns and all this kind of stuff. But as the war went on and they had to draw deeper and deeper down to reserves, they started being assigned older second rate and third rate equipment. So it's associated with those wars because that's when the models were made and they were featured in the Imperial Armory Siege of Rax book, Imperial Armor Siege of Rax book. But the actual law is anyone can have them if the Departamento Militarum starts running out of good shit. They've got loads and loads of other equipment. It's similar, you know, not going to get political in any way, shape, or form here. But if you want a very tell you what, if you want, we won't go for a modern example. We'll go for World War II. If you want a good example of this from like World War II, you had there's a few different examples, but like using the Brits for a moment, the British from World War II, after Dunkirk, where we lost shitloads of our equipment, I think like 80% of our heavy equipment got lost or left behind. The Brits still had, when we were fighting in the Western Desert, hundreds of tanks, but not everyone was running around in a fucking Matilda, you know, a Gucci Matilda 2. A lot of people are running around in goddamn Covenanters and Crusaders and these weird fucking tanks that, you know, they just, anything they could get their hands on, they were just shoving them into fucking combat. You know, third line equipment. Just because we needed to. So it's a good example of like, of basically, if the going gets tough, there's always more. The Imperium basically has infinite equipment. The Imperium has enough lasguns to put into everyone's hands. And the same goes for tanks. There's always enough tanks. Sometimes, if the casualties are bad, though, you ain't getting a Russ, you're getting a Malcador. Yeah. Dingbat. Is it any good on the tabletop? Yeah, it's good. The regular Malcador is really good on tabletop because it's basically got inbuilt Armor of Contempt. Problem is, Mini Dingbat, is they're probably not going to last. They're not going to survive the Codex. I suspect that all Forge World units right now that exist right now will not be usable in the Guard Codex. If every other Codex bar Custodians is to go by, that'll be the situation. Defender's fine. Defender's fine. It's, in terms of its rules, the Defender is fine. It has a Demolisher Cannon. It can take 2 Las Cannons on the side. And it has 5 fucking Heavy Bolters. It's expensive as all buggery. I think it's like 310 points. But it's okay. So, yeah, it's Mini Dingbat. It's one of those where if you like the model and you want it as a showpiece, go for it. If you're buying it for the rules, and your gaming group doesn't allow legends, then I would advise against it. But if you're a gaming group, if you just play with mates and your gaming group doesn't care about legends or anything like that, fucking go for it, man. Put it this way, Midingbat. I got 3 of them. I got 4 of them. I got 3 Malcadors and I've got a Malcador Infernus. If you're going to 3D, dude, if you're going to 3D print it, do it. Do it. It's not going to cost you. It's not going to cost you much. And you'll get to use it. And if it goes away, then fuck it. At least it's not cost you 100 quid, right? That's my advice. Yeah. And it'll look good. It'll look cool. Who knows? You might be able to convert it for something else, right? There we go. I want to say next a big thank you to the Rainbow Card Effects. Rainbow Card Effects, thank you for the super chat, mate. List in stream discussion. Not good, but funny. Oh my god. I am concerned. I heard you like mech, so I added mech to your mech. Oh my god. So, Kelamorph, Nexus, 60 near-fight hybrids, 2 Ridge Runners, 6 Goliath trucks, 60 Catachans, 6 Chimeras. That's proper mech. I don't think it's good, but if someone's unprepared, you're going to run them over. Could work in teams decently well. Yeah. Yeah. It's just got absolutely 0 fucking killing power. Oh, no. I want it to be good. I do. I promise I do. I'm just not sure it is. The problem with a meme list like that is you better pray it's good in a teams format, because if it's not, you're not letting yourself down, you're letting 4 other people down. You know what I mean? That's the thing with it. I love the rainbow card effects though. All the near fights and mining lasers. Ah, okay. Okay. You should drop 1 character and make all of the Catachans infantry squads with las cannons, and that way you have anti-tank on every single vehicle. Hunter killer plus las cannon on the chimeras, mine lasers plus demo charges on the trucks. Then maybe we're cooking on gas. Gonna miss out on some scout, true. But that will give you some decent anti-tank at that point. Maybe it'll work. Still not totally convinced, but maybe it'll work. And they reroll wound when they jump out the truck. Yeah, they got a hit, man. Hit on fucking 5s, bro. They're not gonna hit dick. You can't reroll a wound that doesn't hit, man. Rex here, my boy. Thank you very much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Oops, all mortars at 2k. Leontas, 3 platoon command squads with mortars. Grand strategist, 6 times 18 infantry squads with mortars. So 6 big infantry squads with mortars. 3 heavy weapons with mortars. 3 wyverns, 3 colossi. Rexir, your last list was impeccable. This list is clearly a meme. Mortars are shite. Taking an infinite amount of mortars doesn't suddenly make them good. It just makes them infinitely shite. So I love the idea, and I love a meme as much as the next man, but if this list wins a game, it will be in spite of what it's got, not because of what it's got. It'll be in spite of the mortar spam, not because of the mortar spam. Oh. There you go, man. Rex here, thank you for the support. Fast support is such natural. Was that the Overwatch thing? With the mortars. Remember, you don't get... you can't Overwatch indirect fire. So no 4+ Overwatch for you. Maybe you could do it on direct fire, but then your mortars are direct firing, so... Why are we taking mortars? Not like we're saving points by taking them. It's like, mortars are great for indirect fire. But the moment that you can direct fire, or you start thinking about them in terms of direct fire, fastball was meant for the GSC mech build. Ah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Rex here, love the list, absolute meme list. If you go to a GT and win 1 game with it, I will salute you sincerely. The Red Scout, my boy. Thank you for the 24-month member flex. Double X Force morning approved, baby. 2 years. 2 years, Red Scout. It's crazy, man. I love it. Dude, thank you for your support for 2 years. Just a bit late. What was the equivalent nerf? You can no longer use the 3-inch deep strike ability and rapid ingress. So you can still 3-inch deep strike in your turn. So great for doing secondaries. You can't 3-inch deep strike in your opponent's turn, rapid ingress, try and fuck over their charges. There you go, man. Thank you for support. Hope that helps. Okay, I need to rattle through the rest of the factions because I can't finish late tonight. because I'm doing a battle report tomorrow. So, Grey Knights. Well, this is a good one to be quick on. Grey Knights, fuck all has changed. They're not winning any events. Some people are going 4-1 with them. They're still spamming Dread Knights. 47% is slightly higher than 45%, but it's not really a big change. Grey Knights, literally same shit, different day. Orcs. Good. Orcs are officially back. We are back, baby. We are so back. Orc players up to 38. That's high. I like that. I like that number. Orc players. Where 4 Orc players went 4-1, and 3 Orc players won events. That is right. In 1 week, the Orcs won 3 events, and one of those players was running Green Tide, baby. We have a tournament-winning Green Tide list. Yes, the first thing you must know is I have an erection. I love it. It turns out that Orcs just needed a little tweak to get them back on the bandwagon. 3 event wins is quite a lot, but the win rate isn't too high. To be honest, I don't mind Orcs winning events. If it starts getting ridiculous, obviously, we all have to treat it fairly and rein them in a bit. But let them have their fun for a few weeks, GW. Let them have their fun for a few weeks. They've been in such a bad place. They deserve the time in the sun. It's great to have them back. And what I suspected is that a lot of people got used to not facing Orcs and facing them, and they've caught a few people off guard. I reckon that we'll see. I reckon we'll see the meta adapt and change. There's probably just a few people getting caught out by pressure lists, which sounds a little insane, but I reckon pressure lists are coming back. In fact, we've had a bit of a shooting meta for a little bit. I reckon pressure lists are back. Necrons. Truly, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. 10 people going 4-1. That's a lot. There isn't too much to say about Necrons, truthfully. Awakened Dynasty is doing its best to stay relevant, but it has as many people as Canoptic Core, and that's not a lot. Necrons is 4-1, Hypercrypt, and you just do that every single tournament, and you have fun. Death Guard. Do you like 18 Blight Lords led by 3 Source and Terminator armor? Well, you better, because that's the Death Guard meta. It's not the crazy thing about Death Guard right now is everyone is printing and buying and painting as many Death Shroud as they can get their hands on. Ironically, that probably will lead to Death Shroud getting a nerf, even if it's not a buff. But interestingly, it doesn't mean that Death Guard are bad. Plague Marines are still amazing. Tarian is great for 300 points. The truth is that Death Guard are an incredibly solid faction right now, and that truth is being played out before our eyes. 48% win rate is very much in line with a 50% win rate. And just remember that Death Guard were this solid and consistent last week and the week before. And we are seeing people jump on it. 45 Death Guard players is a hell of a lot of Death Guard players. That's more than the Orcs. That's almost as many as the Tyranids, and the Tyranids are in a starter set. That is more than Sister Battle, who only a few weeks ago were one of the top dogs. That's more than the Space Marines. On the World Eaters. Okay? Everyone's talking about World Eaters. World Eaters are hogging the limelight right now.
For duty, sir.
But the real heretic faction in Ascendancy, more than Chaos Space Marines, more than Thousand Suns, more than World Eaters, it's definitely maybe not more than Chaos Space Marines. I think they're quite high up this time, but yeah, more than out of all the Specialist Legions, Death Guard are in the Ascendancy, and they are very consistent. They are very solid. They are very good. Do not underestimate them if you play them. Votan, a little bit of a dip this week. Player numbers, very respectable. In fact the win rate dip of 5% very well may be explained by that's like 14 more Votan players than we typically see. So I suspect Votan are still very good. It's just that they've had a bit of new blood come in that's bringing the win rate down. Speaking of win rates, I want to go back to Death Guard for a second. Considering how many more players have jumped on Death Guard, the fact that the win rate basically hasn't shifted, that's a worrying sign. Normally, loads of new players, win rate goes down. Death Guard, loads of new players, win rate basically doesn't change meaningfully. They're a faction to watch, boys. Not saying they're going to start winning everything, but I expect them to be a hardcore 4-on-1 faction with a few tournament wins here and there. So they're not overpowered, they're just solid through and through. It's not a sloppy poo, it's a goddamn log. Black Templars. Kind of all over the place. Last week we saw fuck all Black Templar players. This week they're back up into the 20s. Weird, like Gladius Task Force doing really good for Black Templars. Righteous Crusaders still doing what it does. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on it. The fact that 7 people took Gladius Task Force and 5 of them were able to go 4-on-1 is fucking wild. It could be a blip. It could be a mistake in the data. I'm going to keep an eye on it because that seems real strong. Dark Angels Gladius, so last year. Black Templars Gladius, so hot right now. Tau. 50% win rate. The vast majority of people are on Retaliation Cadre. Retaliation Cadre did very good. Not much to say, really. I could go on another long rant about another day, another edition, another battlesuit spam meta for the Tau. But honestly, I can't be bothered. No, I can't, not because I'm lazy, but because I really went off on it last week, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. I actually think there's another reason to this, though. There are a few Tau channels, like Tau Tactics channels, which have popped up in the last 12 months. Some of them are becoming quite well known. And there's a lot of, basically all of those channels at the moment are pushing Retaliation Cadre. So, and if there's one thing that the Tau community knows how to do, it's copy a netlist. So I suspect that a lot of them are following beacons in the community, shall we say. That's why I think we're seeing Retaliation Cadre go up so much. I think there's some big voice in the Tau community saying this is the way to go, and I think a lot of Tau people are jumping on it. I think that's an addition to Retaliation Cadre being very good, don't get me wrong. But Tau are really solid at the moment. I'm happy to see this, though. I thought for a moment I was going mad because Montcar is such a good detachment. And I thought I was mad that it suddenly was doing badly. But no, it turns out giving your entire army lethal for the 3 most important turns of the game is really good. We want to tournament with it. Space Wolves. Back up a bit. It definitely had a little bit of a blip. The main thing with Space Wolves is Stormlance is... I say it's out, but 9 people still did very... 9 people still did very well with it, and 3 people did very, very well with it. But it seems like the Space Wolf meta has moved away from Stormlance and is more towards Champions of Rus. That is good. I don't even care if they're still spamming Thunderwolves. I doubt they are, but I don't even care if they are. I'm just happy they're using a different fucking attachment. Well done, Space Wolf players, for mixing up a little bit. I mean, you're like it's like a flock of birds, all flocking the same way. But and maybe I'm giving you guys credit and I'm fucking shitting on the Tau players. But that's just what bias looks like. Chaos Demons, Demons save. Well done, Demons. You finally fucking did it and got a couple of event wins. Normally, you guys are 50%, 50+%, 4-1, day in, day out. Great to see Demons getting a couple of event wins. Demons, I really didn't used to like Demons as a faction, but over 10th edition, I have found them to be extremely enjoyable to play against. They are very strong. They have some crazy combos and some ridiculously powerful units and some fantastic abilities, but I've never played the same Demon list twice. In the last 6 months, I've never played the same Demon list twice. Some people are leaning into Khorne, some people are leaning into big monsters, some people are leaning into a bit more of a mix, but the Demon meta right now is in a nice state of flux. Beginning of the edition, it was just Monster Mash. I suspect that was more of a holdover from 9th edition, and people were just sort of still doing the same shit that they knew. Now I think Demon players are starting to experiment a bit. Smash will be proud, and I am too. Chaos Space Marines. Ah, shit. That's, that Chaos Cult nerf, really effective. That's fucking dumb. So Chaos Cult received a big nerf, apparently. And then 2 weeks later, after the nerf, 3 weeks later after the nerf, we have not one, but 2 players go 5-0. One player winning an event. I suspect the other one came second, because he must have gone 5-0 but lost out on points. Wow. I think Chaos Cult might need a second look at Balance Team. Fucking hell. Every time I see Chaos Cult do well, I get such a sense of vindication, man. Because I said when it came out, I was like, oh, it's the meme attachment, and I was like, I don't know. And the thing is, the best bit is that I'm not saying this with the benefit of hindsight. The evidence is there. You can go back and watch the streams I did. The Chaos Codex got leaked. I was going through the detachments, and I had some bad calls. I had some bad calls. I said that the Siege detachment, Bellhammer Siege, whatever it is, was my favorite, would be really, really good. I still don't understand why that's so shit, but I think I just misread the rules. But I said that I thought Chaos Cult, the more I looked at it, the better it seemed. And the more I looked at it, the more combos I saw coming out of it. And it's great. And I said, I think that this is... I remember saying, like, I don't know, guys. This is the one to watch. I don't know, guys. I think that's one to watch. And turns out I was right. So 50% of the time, I'm right. Every time. Warforged, look at that 50% for Dread Talons. Night Lord Mary, good. Yes. One brave, beautiful bastard went 3-6. I love it. I love how at the moment the Dread Talon community and the Deceptors community are like tag teaming out in and out of the results each week. Next week, Deceptors will be back in there. The week after, it'll be Dread Talons again. Then it'll be Deceptors. But Warforged, you are vindication, right? The Dread Talon meta incoming. Dread Talon meta is here. I love it. Obviously, the main detachment is still Renegade Raiders, but there's nothing that's really changed there. You can see how stable it is now. 53% versus 54%. Renegade Raiders is 3-2. It's not for all that much. There's a few 4-1 players there. But But it's basically Renegade Raiders 3 and 2, have a few beers, win the majority of your games, go home feeling like you didn't waste your entire weekend, had a good time. That's what it's about. Blood Angels. Starting to surge a bit. I am worried about Blood Angels being quite strong. Like, I said last week that I thought it was weird how the Blood Angel meta hadn't fully developed. I suspect that what's happened is this is the first week where we've seen like all the tournaments running off the same update. Because some tournaments would have allowed it early, some wouldn't have allowed it straight away. This is like the 3 weeks later, this is when like all the tournaments are like, yes, we're using the new update. So lists have been submitted. My God. Blood Angels, 50 players. That is an insane amount of players. That's where everyone went. Everyone sacked off the Dark Angels, has gone over to the Blood Angels. They've taken exactly the same army this time. They've stuck the 15 Deathwing Knights on eBay, and they've bought 18 of the Age of Sigmar guys with wings. Now, the reason I say Age of Sigmar guys with wings is because no self-respecting Blood Angel player is going to be caught dead using those stupid Flappy Bird Sanguinary Guard. So they've gone and bought the much better looking models, which look much better looking and totally fine as accounts as Age of Sigmar dudes with the wings. Shit, man. I mean, Ironstorm, someone won a tournament with Ironstorm Spearhead Blood Angels. But the 46 out of 50 players took Liberator Assault Group. I'm not really surprised. This worries me slightly because that's 2 detachments now that we've seen Ironstorm Spearhead go absolutely bonkers. I think Ironstorm is back again. For sure. 95% for sure. We'll see how it pans out over a few weeks. But I think they're back again. And last time Ironstorm was good, Blood Angels made it better because there's nothing like having all of the guns and then also being able to fucking bum people in combat. God, yes, we are in the top 3, baby, and really we're in the top 2 because we don't even really count Adeptus Mechanicus because they only had 13 fucking players. We're in the top 2, baby. We're on that podium. Woo, baby. Woo, baby. Gotta love it, boys. 65 guard players. Are we the most played faction this week? Did we finally beat Necrons? Come on, Necrons, you salty bastards. Yes! We beat the Crons! Guard, most popular faction. I love it. I fucking love it. Yeah. Do you know what's interesting? The guard win rate's going to keep going up. And do you know what's really interesting? I think that everyone's going to say it's Aqullions. Everyone's going to say it's Aqullions. And I think, I'm not going to lie, I think Aqullions have been a big, big help. But I think what it is just finally enough people have started to actually look at what the guard get. And they're like, wait, what the fuck? Why is every guard vehicle on 2+ save? Don't know, mate. I don't know. Don't ask me, lady. I only work here. Yeah. I think it's finally, guard have been good since day 1 of 10th edition. Literally day 1 of 10th edition. This is what the likes of David Gaylard said when he went, I'm sick and tired of people saying that guard are a shit faction. And he went and won 2 Supermates with them and held up a piece of paper at the winning photo saying 40% win rate, lol. Okay? Guard have been good since day 1. What I think has happened is a whole bunch of factions have finally been nerfed out of their way. And I think the main thing is that people are jumping on them. I think enough people are now jumping on guard. Enough of the high skilled players. it's not just bandwagoners now. Guard are getting a lot of respect and a lot of attention from tournament winning players. Those people that will jump on a faction and just win tournaments with it day in, day out until they jump onto the next thing. I think Operation Submarine is over. I am very happy for the Guard win rate. I'm very happy for the Guard player numbers. All these numbers look great. And we should enjoy it. We should enjoy it while it lasts. But I am gonna have to be boring and sensible from over here. And I know I should be like, drive the men, drive the man. I know, and I am. I'm really happy. I'm really fucking happy for it. Because I feel, again, vindication. I've been saying since day one. God, fucking great, man. But I think we're going to have to accept there's going to be a big fucking nerf. My only hope, and I'm sorry to all of the Aquillion fanboys out there, my only hope is that the Aquillions die for our sins. If Aquillions get absolutely turbo fucked, and then everyone assumes that Guard is shit, so they jump off the faction. A bit like what's happening with Thousand Suns now, when actually they're not shit, they're still probably okay. Then we get to Submarine again. That's my fucking hope. We fucking nail up bloody Aquillions onto the cross, and then we hope that distracts the people. We fucking hope. That's what I think we got to hope for. It's important to note though, for those of you that are like, well, don't worry, we'll just ride out to the Codex drops. GW has confirmed that there will be another balance patch December. So, there is a strong possibility that we're going to feel this before the end of the year. And we can only hope that the Codex, Codex was written by the A team. I'm praying, boys. I'm praying so much. I just can't express how worried I am for this Codex. I fucking hope. Can someone just send it to me, right? I'm not going to fucking pussy about this. Just someone send it to me, okay? Anyone, send me it early, please, okay? I'm losing sleep over this. I got to know, because it's better to know than to be left without certainty. Whether it's good or bad, it's better to know. So someone just slide into my DMs. Slide into my DMs, please, please. You got an email address down. You got an email address down in the description. You've got my Discord. Just slide in, man. The Lodex, I think you'll find while the 18 worked on the Imperial Guard Codex, the fucking work experience kids are doing the Death Watch Codex reboot extravaganza. Yeah, probably. Rodney Gold, screw the Codex. So far, all have sucked. Nah, not all of them. A lot of them, but not all of them. Blood Angels, great. Chaos Space Marines, great. Tau, great. Not like actually, but objectively. Necrons, great. Orcs, great, then they fucked it. This is a battle, great. Dark Angels was bad. It's only really the Custodians that it's Custodians have been a bit fucky, and a few others. Jesus of the Court were bad. Okay, so Guard are good, but I fear, very fearful, for the Codex and for the balance patch. Scared. Last but not least, GSC. GSC having a bit of a resurgence. Day of Ascension is here, boys. 59%. I mean, these fucking G's still look cool. It's like a goddamn ping pong, okay? It's a goddamn ping pong. They were so shit 3 weeks ago, and now they're really good. Why are they really good? It's actually really simple. Basically, what GW before the last balance patch, GW, all the Gene Silicate units were too expensive because GW was basically pricing them as if they were guaranteed to come back on that like 5 up. And then what myself and a few others said in the community was like, you can't do that because you just might not get them back. And GW was like, and we said like, GW, just get rid of the whole respawning thing. And I mean, I said just get rid of the respawning thing and just price them as if they didn't have it. And then if you want people to have waves upon waves of Gene Stealers coming in, they will build it themselves that way. Or if they want to go more elite, they can do, but you know, they'll build it themselves. So GW was like, GW heard that and went, okay, so what you're saying is keep the respawn mechanic, but price them so they don't have it. It's like, no, GW, because that's fucking broken. Because now they are coming back. You know, now you can get so many of them that now that you can get them back very consistently. It's like, just don't have the respawn mechanic. You can't balance it. You can't, GW, you can't balance 3 units. You know this. That's why you got rid of reinforcements. That's why the unending swarm came to an end. He was like, nah, I think we can get it right this time. Well, DW, it turns out you can't get it right this fucking time because you gave the faction built around the respawn mechanic really good cheap points, and now they're completely balked. Okay, GW, just get rid of the respawn mechanic. It doesn't work. It never will. It never has done. It didn't work in 7th. It didn't work in 9th. It didn't work in 7th. It's not worked in 10th. I don't think we ever had 3 units in 9th. It didn't work in 7th. It's not worked in fucking 10th. It never will. That's simple. And then you've got AdMech. I'm going to breeze over AdMech because 13 players. Very small sample size. But 59% win rate is very high. And 5 players out of 13 going 4-1 is great, but no one won. My suspicion with AdMech is that they've been good for a while. It's just that no one can be bothered playing them. But maybe if they're good, maybe if they're good, we'll see more people jump on them. The funny thing is with AdMech, right? A lot of people say that the barrier to them is the price. That is true to an extent. If you buy from GW, even with a third-party discount, it's like it's like over $1,000 for the army. The thing is that there are really good 3D prints for AdMech, like really good. Like I could find some now in 30 seconds for you. I fucking got some that Cosmic sent to me. Uses like the bodyguard for my my blood pact Lord Solar, like having like cyborg guys. So actually, they're not too expensive. You know, if you can 3D print AdMech, they're not too expensive. So, and when the meta shifts, you can fairly quickly shift with it with a 3D printer. And DMAT painting is the biggest hurdle, true, but again, if you're not going for the ridiculously over detailed GW models, like it took me no time at all to paint my 3D printed AdMech. I paid like 20 of them in like a day. So, and I'm a slow painter. So between speed paints and 3D printing, AdMech don't need to take a long time and they don't need to be expensive. So if they're good, we might see a slow yet steady increase in players. And there's something beautifully poetic about AdMech getting good by being 3D printed. It's like real life manufactorums, you know, real life Forge Worlds coming alive. Yeah. The People's Panzer, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Warlords deflated, Scutaria painted. Long have we awaited. Admech activated. Yes. Mate, I love that. I love that, man. Oh. I love that. Wallet deflated, Scutaria painted. Long have we awaited. Admech activated. Admech are good. Admech is actually very good right now. I've been saying ages Radzone is good as Hunter cohort under the right meta. Yeah. I think Admech have been good since their codex dropped. It's just that people have just really, whatever reason, just haven't jumped on the faction. Maybe they're just not that popular. But with the right... Maybe they're just not that popular, but if they're good enough for long enough, maybe people will pick up on them. Yeah, but I agree with Panzer. Admech have been good for a while. It's almost like people can't be... Yeah, the codex sucks, sorry. You are right, People's Panzer. The codex did suck. It was the big patch we had like 6 months ago. Not the last one, but the one before, maybe two before. That made a big difference. Yeah. When they got... Because they were good, but very expensive. And then they fixed them by making them better. And you needed less of them, so the armor was a bit cheaper, essentially. But yes, Scutaria to cohort has been good since the beginning. It's great to see Radzone getting its time in the sun, though. Yeah. Captain Crackerlash, my last GSC opponent, I literally felt like I killed his entire army twice. Yeah, man. Yeah. There's just too many of them, man. Coming out the walls! They're coming out the goddamn walls! I don't really mind GSC being powerful at the moment. It's not, again, I don't mind factions which have been shit getting their time in the sun for a few months, you know. It's fine. People found Summon Faction also having so much fun with mine right now. That's really good to hear. That's really, really good to hear, because there's been so much sort of negative perception around the Admech. It's great to hear that they've got some play. And that they're fun. Who gives a fuck if they're good or not? What we care about is if they're fun. And it seems like they are, which is fucking great. Fucking great, baby. Great. All right. Well, gentlemen, that is the metadata covered. And that is the meta covered. So, things are still somewhat in flux. But we've seen some things settle down. Factions that are... I think factions that are truly in the ascendancy right now, Guard, GSC, they're really doing well at the moment. Factions which have potential, I'm thinking Blood Angels, Death Guard. Factions which are struggling right now. For sure, Custodes. And if we don't include Imperial Knights, Imperial Agents, mostly, then I'm going to say just Custodes. They're the ones that are really fucked at the moment. Everyone else seems to have some good play. One thing that's worth noting is that out of the 26 factions, 27 factions in Warhammer, 90, I think it's 26 factions, right? 19 of them are within 8% of each other. Fact, if you take off 1, 2, 3, 4, you take off the top 4, 22% of faction, 22 factions out of 26 are within 9% of each other. Chaos Space Marines are at 51%. And Custodes are at 42%. There are problems with this game. But one thing that is getting better, slowly but surely, week in, week out, balance patch in, balance patch out, is the balance of the game. That is very exciting. Very exciting. And you can see it. There's more evidence for it than you would suspect. So, you know, at the beginning of the edition, when a faction was really dominant, if there were like 12 events in a weekend, they would win 5 of them, and the other 25 factions would have to scrape together like 7 wins between. Now, faction with the most tournament wins this week was Orcs with 3, and all of the other factions that had tournament wins had 2 or 1. That's really good. It's almost like almost like every other faction got a tournament win. Almost. It's not quite like that. But I think, you know, it's... You take out Orcs. Because it's like... How many factions got a tournament win? Let's not bullshit. Let's do it right. 1, Imperial Knights. 2, Space Marines. Orcs won an event. Tau won events. Demons won events. Chaos Space Marines won events. Blood Angels won events. Guard won events. GSC won events. 9 out of 26. Nero's down at a third. So 22 out of 26 factions are within 9% of each other win rate. And a third of the factions, so again like 9 roughly, were able to win events. That is a really, really healthy mare. Really healthy. Really healthy. It's great to see. 40k, definitely losing a bit of flavour. But the game itself, a lot going for it. At least, that's what I think. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in chat, down in the comments. What do you guys think? And on that note, guys, we are going to have to bring this stream to a close. I can't fuck around today, stream until like 3:30 in the morning, because I have a battle report tomorrow. I am filming an old world battle report for your viewing pleasure. And for those of you that missed it earlier in the stream, I don't mean to alarm you. I don't mean to alarm you. But I have painted something for the battle report that has never been done before. You will finally see cavalry in one of my old world battle reports. Only 5 of them. But they're beautiful. Beautiful. 5 beautiful bastards. Gonna run them as inner circle knights with lances. There you are. Alright. Alright. Before we go, I want to say a really, really, really big thank you to every single one of you brave, beautiful, crazy bastards that joined me in tonight's stream. Thank you so much for all of your amazing support. We had 57 new members come in today. That's pretty fucking incredible. So thank you for every single one of you who joined. Thank you to every single one of you who liked. Thank you to every single one of you that followed over on Twitch. thank you to every single one of you that subscribed, that subbed on Twitch, and that became a member or gifted members over on YouTube. And of course, thank you for all of the incredible super chats. And I want to do a shout out because we actually had 2 really big bits of support come in. I want to say a massive, mega bunker busting thank you to the lower decks who came in with the double Baneblade. And I want to say a big thank you to Nigel Thornberry who came in with the Baneblade as well. And a huge thank you to Willario, my boy! Willario, who came in with the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, you guys. You goddamn heroes, every single one of you. I want to say a special thank you because we've had loads and loads of member flexes coming in, and a lot of those member flexes are like over a year, over 2 years. So it really shows long-term dedicated support. So thank you to all of you guys who've been supporting me for a long time now. You guys make this happen. Every super chat, every membership, everything is what allows me to do this full time. Marcello, you should have been modded. You got a little slap on the wrist, Marcello. That was it. And I know you sent me a message before. There's no, it's all water under the bridge, mate. Don't worry about it. I haven't read the message, but don't worry. So a little slap on the wrist, and that's it. That's it. It's got to be. I'm very fair with this kind of stuff. Don't worry. You're not like blocked or anything, Marcello. It's literally a 5-minute timeout. All right, gentlemen, we need an outro song. I know the perfect one. I know the perfect one. If it's not an outro song, we'll go for an outro video. One minute. With how good Guard are doing at the moment, I think this is the only fitting outro for today's stream. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your support. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And of course, as always, see you guys next time.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you. You, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams. Our forefathers embarked on the greatest exodus in the history of all mankind. An exodus for freedom. Helgen became that freedom. Our new world changed our bodies. At first, it weakened us, but in fact, we were growing stronger. In the time you have given me, I have rebuilt our nation. I have rebuilt our strength. And I have rebuilt our pride. Our enemies at home have been re-educated. We have given them new insights into our cause. On this day, we stand united once more. On this day, those driven to divide us will hear our voice. On this day, we shall act as one, and we shall be ignored no more!
General Adams, sir! We got multiple Hellgas vessels approaching. What do we do, sir?
Fire! Defenders of the Helgas dream. Now!